So I want to really celebrate and appreciate your presence. 47 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much indeed. Welcome, Dr. Selly. All right. Another question. Let's move on to the next question if possible. In one word, what comes to mind when you hear e-waste in Africa? In Africa, e-waste in Africa. What comes to your mind? What comes to your mind? In one word, what comes to mind? Plenty. There's a plenty of e-waste. Hazardous. So I've just confirmed that we'll be having short quizzes. So as you participate via Menti, you might just get yourself a gift to remember the 5th Africa International E-Waste Conference. So participate. There will be a reward. Panav. Diva. Yep. Harmful mismanagement. Ignored. Takanimali. E-waste is wealth. Producer responsibility. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Either. Good? Excellent. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, Mondoe Anne, I'm coming to you. Mondoe Anne, what are your expectations for this particular conference? Why is it important for you?
Because I'm going to learn more about e-waste. And how are we going to avoid the hazards? Yeah. Like in Mombasa, in Coast, so many people who are being affected by those chemicals within e-waste, and they are not aware of. Yeah.
So many people are being affected by e-waste and they're not aware of. Thank you so much, Mondoe Anne, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready as we kick off And I can see Grace is ready. Dr. Sally Kimosop, karibu sana. Thank you so much for coming. As we start, let's just have this. My apologies for that. Sorry for that technical pitch. Thank you so much. As we start, want to just appreciate the fact that we are here. Just look around, look around, look around, look around. Just look around the room. Look around the room. Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you so much. Just look around, look around, look around. It's very important because we want to make sure that every one of us is safe. And I normally play this particular video so that every one of us is present. I know Instagram, TikTok, whatever you use for your social media, it's there, it's real, but please be present. You see, this guy was giving, it was like an event like this, and then all of a sudden,
a Sunday afternoon church service dramatically interrupted.
And God has shown.
The terrifying incident at Jesus' Dwelling Place Church in North Braddock, Pennsylvania, unfolding on a live stream, showing a gunman identified by police as 26-year-old Bernard Jr. Polite approached Pastor Glenn Germany and attempted to shoot, but the gun didn't go off.
It clicked. You heard him shoot it. It clicked. So God jammed the gun so that the bullet didn't come out.
The deacon, sitting just feet away, leapt into action.
The man had his back turned towards me, and I could see he would never see me coming.
Both men wrestling the weapon from the gunman's hands.
now just to assure you, that's not going to happen here. But at the same time, mine is just to let you know, hey, please be present. Be present during the talks, during the panel discussions. As you walk out there, just check. Just check. Be present. It's absolutely important. And to guide us through how we will be able to keep ourselves safe, why don't we give it up for Grace. Grace from Pride in Paradise to give us the update. A big round of applause for her. Welcome, 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 Grace.
The Pride in management to welcome you at Pride in Paradise, and I appreciate you for choosing our hotel as our host. And we shall ensure all of you are taken care when you are around our hotel. The security in our hotel is our pass point to the guest. So wherever you go, there is a security guard, the CCTV camera monitoring your walk around the hotel. Around the beach area, we do have a Kenya Wildlife Service office. Always talk to those people when you are around the beach area for security purpose. In case of emergency, when you are here, use the entrance door to exit the conference. On your right from the entrance, there is Elephant parking. Opposite, there is a Jumbo Bar Garden where we go in case of emergency. I'd always read the signages as you walk across the hotel to direct you the evacuation area in case of emergency. And the security people are always alert to assist you in case of emergency. The hotel offers a free medical assistance in case there is. And we do have a study-by doctor in case it's serious and a study-by ambulance. In case you are not feeling well, always call on security and we shall assist you to reach the doctor for the assistance. We do offer a free Wi-Fi. The password is Paradise 2025, capital P, small letters. You go to convention Wi-Fi, Paradise 2025. You can just use it when you are at the hotel. It's just free for you to use. We do serve tea at 10 o'clock to 11. From here, on your left hand is the tea lobby. Opposite the tea lobby, there are washrooms for gents and ladies. Then another tea 4 o'clock to 5, still at the tea lobby. Then the lunchtime will be served at the Dow restaurant. From here, that is our reception. On your right hand is the Dow restaurant. Everyone will have a meal voucher so that you can get easy access for the restaurant during the lunch time. Then in case you get something suspicious when you are at the hotel, there is a landline in the room. Always dial 0 to security and you will get assistance. Then you dial to the reception 1509. Security will just come and assist you in case there is suspicious according to the security priorities in the Pride Inn. Have a good day and enjoy yourself in Pride Inn Paradise.
Well, thank you, Grace, for that. Asante sana. Let's appreciate her once again. Many thanks, we appreciate. All right, so it's good to be here, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate that you made it. And we want to also celebrate the fact that all of us are here well, alive, ready to make an impact. Ethel. So, as we prepare to kick off, let's just be upstanding for a moment. Somebody, a volunteer, you know, Kenyan Constitution says, we, the people of Kenya, acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God of all creation. So, any person, a volunteer, just to start with us, the word of prayer, a volunteer. Mr. Smart, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Morning. May we stand up and close our eyes for prayer. Precious Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for gathering us here, where we believe we are gathered not in vain, because you taught us that if we gather without your presence, our gathering is in vain. We welcome you, that may you inspire the events of the day in the way that we fellowship with one another as we discuss this topic on eWest. We know that you created this earth and you gave us as the custodian of this earth. So whatever discussions we are making, preserve and conserve this earth. We pray that inspire us until we have finished the purpose of our gathering. We pray and commit ourselves into your hands. Protect us, even in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Many thanks, Mark. Before you sit down, come on. Before you sit down, just keep standing. We're going to do something very simple, because it's also not good to sit for a long time. If you've not done this, Alexis? Yeah? Nothing? Yeah? Okay. So we're going to do some simple jumping jacks. Get ready for this. Ed, Lynn, yeah, we can do this. Give me sound. Get ready. Oh, Dr. Musili, good to see you. Okay, are we ready? Get yourself some space, come on. Get ready. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's go, everybody, come on, everybody. Woo! Okay, go to the right. Left, come on! Okay, now do this. Get some 15 people and give them a big high five. Run around. 15 seconds, come on. Let's go. One, 2, 15 seconds, people. 15 seconds, 3, 4, Lynn, come on. 5, Mr. Ed. Well done. Fantastic. Alexis. Woo! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic. Natalie, come on. Ethel. You may now kindly take your seats. Well done. Thank you so much indeed. Welcome to the 5th Africa International E-Waste Conference. Wow, wow, excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much for making it here. Very engaging. It's going to be very engaging. Moment will be starting. And as I told you, we have a platform. Even for those joining us online, you can still use the Menti platform for your questions, comments, ideas, solutions, whatever you have to share, so that we create a very all-inclusive environment, because we want to learn from the emerging trends globally. So if you have your phone, your gadgets, whatever it is, you have an opportunity to engage. Let's have the Menti Plat. Smith, we're together. Smith from South Africa and Ghana. Many thanks. Sucha, you're there? Fantastic. And by the way, once again, a big round of applause for Premier Academy, the only academic institution represented here in the conference. Well done. Woo! Well done. Come on. Really appreciate it. Kayla, you're still there? Fantastic. Thank you so much. Natalie's here, by the way. Be expectant. Natalie, I tell you, she has moved about 3 times. We've not even started the conference and she's moved 3 times. I mean, Toa, you've been there since we started. By the way, Toa, Zambia, just talk to us. You know, some people, in the event, Toa, in the event, Christmas is coming. Somebody's saying, you know what, Mombasa is good, I've been here, but Christmas, I want to go to Zambia. Talk to them.
Yes, come to Zambia. We've got the Victoria Falls. I know Zimbabwe always says it's theirs. But please come to Zambia. Friendly people. The food is great. A lot of freshwater fish. Yes, so please come to Zambia for Christmas.
Okay. There you go, Zambia. A big round of applause for Toa. If you've never been to Zambia, Toa is here. Get the contact. Agnes. Where's Agnes? Agnes. Where's Agnes? Okay, Agnes is not here, but she'll be coming later on. Alexis from DRC. My brother, Alexis. It's good to see you. We want to come to DRC for Christmas. Tell us something special about DRC.
I want to speak in French. My colleague Nathan will translate me. Alors, oui, si quelqu'un vient chez nous à la période de Noël.
If someone comes to us in the Christmas, for example.
Oui, le meilleur moment c'est de passer la fête en famille, en pyjama.
The best time is to have time in the family, having festivities in December.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Applaudis, s'il vous plaît. Merci, monsieur Alexis. Tessana, merci beaucoup. A big round of applause once again. So, a good time to go to DRC is when it's the festivity season, but at the same time, come with your family, right? La famille, sûr? Oui? Merci. Alors, those joining us online, we want to appreciate that particular platform is on just for you so that we don't miss out on your comments. Let's look at another question coming in. Let's look at another. Do we have one more question? If it's an open-ended question. Okay. An open-ended question so that we can get those thoughts coming in as we prepare to kick off. It's 7 minutes past 9. Thank you so much for your time so far. Okay. But before that comes through, so in the next 4 minutes we should be kicking off, so get ready. But if we can get one final question via Menti, then we can capture that Lynn, I know we spoke about just South from a general perspective, but in regards to our theme, where we're looking at global trends when it comes to e-waste management, give us a bit of the experience in South Africa when it comes to e-waste management. Right. Just a general feel of South Africa and e-waste management.
It's definitely improving. We're beginning to get legislation in place to for recycling. There's definitely a governmental push for it, which is quite useful, but we've got a long way to go still, definitely, and we're working on it.
Working on it. So legislation in place, still working on it. Something you'd want to add on to that?
Yeah, I think it's the problem. Well, governments don't always give the support to the entrepreneurs that they should be giving. So sometimes we have to put a bit of pressure on them.
Okay. There's still need for government support, and quite frankly, without support, looks like things may not move as fast as we'd want them to move. But thank you so much. That's South Africa. What about Zimbabwe? Smart. Just a feel so that we get a... How is waste management? How's your experience there?
E-waste, like in any other country, it's actually a problem. You find that it's being generated, and the biggest culprit is the government bureaucrats. But there is, I would say, there is minimal political will in terms of actions, which is a problem that we find across the whole continent, where policies are developed, but in terms of action, that's one biggest challenge that we face. So at the end of the day, you've got these organizations, they say, we've got storerooms, warehouses full of e-waste. We don't know what to do with them. So on the brighter side, there is, I would say there is opportunity for investment in e-waste management and disposal.
Right. Let's issue smart from Zimbabwe. Yeah, policies are there, but we still need to work on the political will, where we are focusing on execution, execution, and execution. That's where the gap is. So thank you very much. I know I asked you about in Zambia, but what's your experience like, waste management in Zambia?
Thank you very much. We also have the same problem. There's absolutely no regulation. Yes, there must be a line of EPR, but there's no regulation, there's no enforcement. That's why as an e-waste management company, we've become advocates for regulation and to compel the government to put up regulation and also sensitize the public that there is a solution. You don't have to throw your e-waste or store it, as we all are hoarders, but with government, it's no regulation, no policy. We need that also just to help us as a business, to sustain us as a business. So there's absolutely no regulation right now.
Wow, wow. So that's what we're here to look at. We can learn and then probably push a lot of, put a pressure when it comes to political will in government, so that it's not just about policy, but it's about action. So thank you so much indeed. Let's move on to another. There's a question here. What single word captures your hope for Africa's e-waste future? And it doesn't have to be a single word, because this one is more of an open-ended question. You can actually put more. What's your hope for Africa's e-waste, the future of e-waste management in Africa? What kind of future are you looking at? Somebody saying possible, it's possible. So efficient disposal, very critical indeed. Okay, collective. It's about partnerships and all that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Our guests have arrived. Let's be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate. Let's be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate all of you. CEO Nabidi, Karibu Sana. We Center, Asante Sana. Welcome. Welcome. Dr. Seli Kimosop, Karibu Sana. We appreciate you. We're ready to kick off, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to kick off. Karibuni Sana. Karibuni Sana. Karibuni Sana. See you. Thank you so much. Many thanks. So we'll remain standing for our Kenya national anthem and the African Union anthem as well. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. The Kenya national anthem. African Union anthem.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa,
The great sons of Africa who left us but left behind a great legacy. A moment of silence. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And as we celebrate today, why don't you, in a way, marking this moment, a big high five. 5 people, come on. Give them a big high five. Tell them, welcome. It's the 5th. It's the big 5. It's the 5th Africa International E-Race Conference. Anna, good to see you again. Ethel, Premier Academy well represented here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. All right, we are ready to kick off, ladies and gentlemen. You can kindly take your seats. It's okay, it's all right, it's all set. And to give us the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome.
As a lawyer, global youth leader.
Kenya, for those who have been here the first time, welcome to Mombasa. I'm seeing so many beautiful faces from across the world. We are happy to host you here in Kenya, here in Mombasa. It's a privilege to bring you the 5th edition of this conference by the We Center. Over the past 5 years, we've had an amazing run, trying to make sure we have a come together, speak about the same things we want to speak about e-waste. As you know, e-waste is the fastest growing stream of waste globally. I don't know how many people know that fact. most of us interact with technology. We love buying new devices, new gadgets, but we don't ask ourselves, where do these items go when they reach end of life? So we are happy that we have this room, people who think that we need to take care of our planet, need to take care of our environment, so that as technology grows and we progress in terms of technology, we are not also doing that at the expense of the environment. So we are so happy to bring you this 5th edition. It's not been easy. I can tell you for sure, running a conference is very complicated. Myself, I wasn't built for this job. I thought running a company was complex until we started running this conference. It has a lot of moving parts. But we are happy that we've gotten to the 5th edition. This year's edition is amazing. We are looking at what challenges do we go through in this sector, what opportunities. And if you look at the challenges, even as we continue reflecting and thinking about electronic waste, we still have a long way to go. We've made a lot of strides. We've made a lot of progress in how we tackle electronic waste, especially in Africa. It's been a long journey, and not just in Africa, but globally. But from the statistics that we are looking at, we still have a big problem. So we have to continuously sit together, think, innovate ways of how we are going to manage the electronic waste for the good of our planet. I was reading the other day, just in September, we had, I think, 19 ships that were found at the port of Indonesia that had e-waste that was being illegally dumped in Indonesia. And this is just in September, of electronic waste that were being dumped in Indonesia. So you can still imagine in 2025, this is still a big problem. So the reason we have this conference is to look at what are these challenges that we still need to address, what are the opportunities that are there. There are huge opportunities from innovation, creating green jobs, we have national leaders, and with all that, I feel this is a good platform. And for the past 5 events that we've had for the Africa International US Conference, we've always made significant progress. For example, in the 4th edition, as you know, we've been really pushing for the extended producer responsibility regulations. In the 4th edition, it was announced by NEMA, which is our environmental protection agency, that the EPR laws, expert and amazing people in this room that will be able to dissect these topics in the next 2 days. So I wish you an amazing conference, and I hope your expectations will be met, and we look forward to also having you on the 6th edition of this conference. Thank you very much, and enjoy the conference.
So there you have it. We're here to learn from each other. So get ready to connect. From the only school represented here, Premier Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Natalie Muriithi. Whoa! Well done. Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready. It's going to be big and premier.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine not only what you create, but what you discard too. Imagine a Tower of Babel made of waste which reach heights unknown. I want you all to realize that this is reality. I am proud to guide you all into this new dimension of e-waste. And today, I am standing here to present a piece titled The Weight of What We Leave Behind. written by one of our own in Premier Academy, Abby Weke. We have built a world of light and noise, screens humming softly like lullabies. Every click, every glow, another whisper to the mountain of waste that grows. In 2010, it was 20 million tons. The world said it was progress, but progress never counted what it wasted. By 2022, the mountain had tripled, reaching heights that even satellites could mourn. Africa. You were both a witness and a participant to this waste. Only 4% of the waste, yet the dumping ground of dreams that died elsewhere. You inherit the broken promises of a digital age that forgot to clean up after itself. Somewhere, a child digs through copper veins, their dreams covered by lithium and silicone. And this child called it work. They said that technology would save us, that algorithms would clean up the mess that we made. But even machines need somewhere to sleep. And that place is in landfills. Still, I wish for better ghosts. AI that maps out the life of programs before it's even begun. Sensors that whisper behind the walls. Here I am, dying slowly. The Internet of Things could be called the Internet of Despair if we teach it to feel the pulse of plastic and metal the way that we humans feel regret. Efficiency isn't about speed. It's not about who comes out first. It's about remorse. It's about giving devices a chance to be reborn instead of buried. Thank you. This has been Natalie Jerry Mureithi.
Wow. Natalie. Another beautiful round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The weight of what we leave behind. We are all witnesses and participants of this waste. The Internet of Things, the Internet of Despair. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we're here, to change things. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to give you the story of the journey. How did it all start? And to tell us that, please welcome.
She is a dynamic leader with a proven track record of driving operational excellence and innovation. With a background in finance and audit, her expertise in managing teams, executing complex projects, and organizing financial systems has positioned her as a visionary force in fostering sustainable and impactful change across industries. Please welcome the WE Center Chief Operations Officer, Catherine Masolia.
Good morning, everyone. I never quite get used to speaking to a room full of people. So if my voice shakes a little, you'll have to forgive me. If I'm not mistaken, we start with a video. Brenda? Is the video ready, Yona, or do I first speak? I speak.
To the Africa International E-Waste Conference, a landmark event shaping the future of electronic waste management across the continent and beyond. Over the years, this conference has become a hub for collaboration, innovation, and sustainable action. Let's take a look at the journey so far. The first edition was held virtually from August 11th to August 13th, with the theme Unlocking the Potential in Sustainable E-Waste Management while Achieving a Circular Economy. This pioneering event laid the foundation for the conversation on responsible e-waste practices. The sub-themes explored vital areas such as legal policy and regulatory frameworks, e-waste standards and practices, collection and recycling, training and awareness creation, circular economy, and resource recovery. The second Africa International e-waste Conference took place on 23rd November and 24th. This time, the focus shifted to promoting positive climate, environmental, and social accountability. The third edition was held on 29th November. It marked another significant milestone under the theme E-Waste Circular Solutions Mitigating Climate Impact. The event brought together 46 industry experts and hundreds of global attendees. This edition reinforced the critical role of circular economy solutions in combating climate change and protecting our environment for generations to come. Now building on the incredible success of the fourth edition, which was held at the Shamba Events on the 16th of October, the event welcomed 900 participants from 77 countries and featured 50 speakers. The 2025 edition promises to be even more dynamic, inclusive, and impactful. Mark your calendar for October 16th and 17th, 2025, as we proudly present the 5th Africa International E-Waste Conference to be held at the Pride Inn Paradise Mombasa Resort. The WE Center is Africa's leading e-waste recycling facility, continues to champion this movement. As a social enterprise, it remains committed to promoting a green, safe, and circular future for electronic waste management.
And now we look ahead. On 16th of October 2024, the city of Nairobi, Kenya, played host to the 4th Africa International E-Waste Conference, a powerful global gathering focused on one of today's most pressing environmental challenges, electronic waste management.
Okay. We thought it is important to look back to where we began. I think the first E-Waste conference, if you noticed, was a purely online event. It was an idea born at WE Center. I think at that time, Simone was supposed to speak. I don't know if she's still going to speak, or maybe online. She's still going to speak? Okay, great. So at that time, Simone was championing it, of course, with the support of the WE Center management to begin the first Africa E-Waste conference. And then we didn't know whether it will catch. It was just an idea. But that idea has now turned into a movement. If we look across this room, when I came in, I was asking, can I see the guest list? Because I wanted to know how many people are here. And not just here, both online and in person. What commitment it shows when we have people traveling from across Africa to come together to speak about e-waste. I know some people had trouble in their journeys as they came here, all the way from Tanzania, but they're here. Let's clap for them. Welcome. Your presence is appreciated. I hope I don't miss any country, but I'm aware we have people from South Africa here. Wave, maybe, from wherever you are. Just wave. I can see you. Thank you for coming. We have, who did I see? Switzerland. Is Switzerland here? Did they manage to get here in person? Maybe not. Nigeria. We have, which country am I? Japan. Yes? Good. I didn't get the list, so forgive me if I'm trying to figure out who exactly is here. Technological challenges there. And even more importantly, my most favorite group, seated right there. Because when you have children thinking about a problem that others are ignoring, I think it means something right is being done. And so I'm happy to have all of us here. I want us to be proud of ourselves, because as much as the We Center conference is convened by We Center, it would be a great failure if all of you are not in this room today. So we want to know that you to know that you are appreciated, your presence here is appreciated. So what are we going to be focusing on this year? If you notice, when we had the last conference, we talked about policy and regulation and the need to have harmonization of policy across the continent. If only one person or one country has one rule and another one has a different one, it won't get us very far. I was looking at the African Union anthem, and it was talking about Africa being the tree of life. We cannot be a tree of life if we are not disjointed. If we are disjointed and we are not coming together to have these conversations, critical conversations. And so during this conference, we'll be looking at what the e-waste trends are. There was a new report on electronic waste. We want to look at it and see what is the impact, what are the numbers saying now about electronic waste. When we think about e-waste, I'm not sure, I don't want to make this into a class where I make you put up your hand and tell me what some of the e-waste streams we have. But some of the things I found interesting when I looked at that e-waste report was how much some things we don't think are e-waste are actually e-waste. Now, the largest waste stream now is e-waste, and fastest growing waste stream. And why is because some of the things we are using are the small electronic items, like if you go to clubs, or if you don't, or at least have a teenager, you'll see people are using a lot of the e-cigarettes, right? That's e-waste, apparently. Many people don't know. And actually what's causing the large growth is the proliferation of e-cigarettes. I found that interesting because I'm sure many people are not thinking this is e-waste. I don't think you use it for more than a week, depending on how active you are in using the e-cigarette, but it ends up being thrown away. Something else that's going on, and we know as we try to do good when it comes to solar, we're all talking about going green. So what that means is we are having solar items for lighting, we're using solar for cooking. All that is ending up getting to end of life. And because of the uniqueness of the items that we need in Africa, we are creating solar items that have a shorter lifespan. So as we solve one problem, what's happening is we are creating another. And that's why we felt the theme of discussing what to do with solar items when they get to end of life needs to be part of what we're going to be discussing today. And I'm quite happy that we have a number of people who will be speaking in panels. We will have workshops where we dive into this topic further. We're also talking about e-mobility, going green, when it comes to mobility. And what does that mean? We also need to think about what happens to the batteries that are in these vehicles when they get to end of life. Who will be taking care of them? Can they be used for energy storage? And in this room, we have experts, people who have been working in the e-mobility sector. Make sure to look out and reach out to them and get to learn what they're doing. And they're working together to solve this problem. Something else we are going to be looking at is just generally, as technology grows, what is the impact that it is having? I think I've already mentioned some of it. Look at your water bottles, right? There's the water bottles that you carry that will that show you the temperature of the water inside. Just by putting in that nice little feature for you, it now creates a different thing. It's no longer a normal water bottle. Now it's become e-waste. These conversations we're going to have today are critical. 2 days. It's today and tomorrow. I keep saying today because when we began, we only thought we could only get attention for this topic for 1 day. Then we experimented and were like, okay, we realized as we try to pack everything into 1 day, it's not working, and we experimented with 2 days. So here we are now, having this conference for 2 days. Next, we might be having it for 3, I don't know. Might end up being a week. Because I was surprised that even as we were looking at the final program yesterday, we also had presentations from Premier. So now it looks like there's more people who want to talk about this. And I am so proud of all of you who are here, and especially so, that even the youth are taking part in this conversation and driving them forward. I don't want to bore you. So, I want us to, as we are here, be curious, let's learn, let's network, let's get to know what everyone is doing. Because they say when you go, I keep forgetting this thing every time I want to say it. When you go together, you go further. If you go alone, you go fast, but together we go further. So I'm hoping that as you're here, you will meet at least 3 people with whom you can do something together, so that as Africa, as a continent, we can go further as we work on this most important initiative. We Center has been convening the conference. It's heavy. I'm sure some of you are calling and asking, where is the program? Where is, like, it's never as smooth as you want it to be. And we do not want to continue doing it alone. So we want you, even as you're here, to speak to us, to see how we can think through the next conference. We want it to be something we convene, but we are working on it together as a continent. Because we do want this to go further, we don't want to go faster, and we don't want it to continue being as heavy on us when we have all these resources here that we can be tapping into together. So I don't know where it will be next year. I was wondering and looking at the guest list, the one that I could get. No, maybe it will be in South Africa, maybe it will be in Tanzania, maybe it will be in Nigeria, maybe it will be in Ghana, I don't know. But we want you to help us structure that and think through that together. Now, enjoy the conference, network. I hope I'll not be here having to speak here again. Next year, that it will be you guys who are here welcoming us to a conference, maybe in some other country in Africa. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much indeed. Toa from Zambia, you got that memo. Smart from Zimbabwe as well. Lynn, Ed from South Africa, together with Britt. Smith from, is it Ghana or South Africa? Well, there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's think through the next conference together. It's about the power of partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, up next.
She is a board member of the We Center, a leading social enterprise advancing safe e-waste management and circular economy solutions across East Africa. With over 19 years of experience in sustainability and environmental innovation, she is passionate about fostering green business, youth empowerment, and clean energy for a prosperous, sustainable future. Please welcome Simone Anderson.
Joining us virtually. Go ahead, Simone. We're listening. Simone joining us online. We are ready. So we just want to give Simone a bit of a moment. But there was a question that Catherine spoke about. By the way, I'm not even passing you. John, potential e-waste that you have right now.
Phone.
Phone. Give me 5.
Well, my
Apple Watch 2.
I guess that's it.
That's it for you. Big round of applause for John. Thank you so much. Okay. What about you? What's your name?
Maria.
Maria. Okay. E-waste, potential e-waste that you have right now.
My phone.
Your phone? What else?
My charger.
Your charger? What else?
That's it.
Okay, average 2. Okay, what about you, sir? What's your name?
My name is George.
George. 2 potential e-waste that you have.
My TV.
Right now.
My phone.
What else?
Earbuds.
Earbuds. Another?
Nothing.
Okay, average is 2. Let's go. Aha, from South Africa. Your name?
It's Mark.
Mark. 2 potential e-waste.
I don't have any e-waste with me at the moment.
It's potential. In a little while, maybe 10, 20, 30 years.
Am I trying to beat them?
So should I go?
Go ahead, it's okay.
My what?
Hey, what else?
My laptop.
What else?
Some
5. Oh my goodness, Mark has just broken the record. A big round of applause for Mark, all the way from South Africa. Okay. So average is 2, average is 2. What about you, Lynn, from South Africa? Tablet?
E-reader. And phone.
Phone. So 3. Mark, you're still leading. Okay, Mark, you're still leading. Let me go to another. Toa from Zambia. Let's find out. Okay, how many?
Laptop.
Laptop.
Phone. Charger. Power bank. Well, that's it.
4. Mark is still leading. Mark. Oh, Dr. Come on, let's find out.
2. My phone and my watch.
Okay, 2, average. Okay, thank you. A big round of applause for Dr. Thomas Ili. Okay, let me find out. Let me find out. Who else? Dr. Selly.
Microphone.
You've got, you've got, okay, another one.
Yes. The camera that we have here. Phones. The charger. Phone charger. And then, what do we have here?
Not yet. So Mark is still breaking the record. Any other person who can break Mark's record? Are we good? Okay, we'll continue on. Simon, good to see you. We can see you clearly. I wonder, before you start, how many potential e-waste gaps do you have as you start? If you can hear me. I can see the headphones. Okay, we're still sorting out your sound, but we can see you. We can see you are the photograph behind. Fantastic environment.
Now.
Simon, good to see you.
Are we together?
We're together. So, potential e-waste that you have right now.
Well, I would say this computer of mine that acted up.
That's one, computer.
Yeah, and then I have an old iPhone that is now 6 years, so it's on the verge.
That's 2, okay.
And then I do have my headphones.
3.
I have 2 more Bluetooth headsets.
Oh my goodness, done.
Yeah, we could continue quite far. I have a Google Nest, and I have those kind of things at home for my surround sound. Yeah, so.
Okay, a big round of applause for Simon. Simon, we are here. You broke the record. You broke the record. Talk to us. We're listening to you. Go ahead.
Lovely. Thanks a lot, and thanks for buying me time and the technology of 2025 on these electronic devices. It's so fantastic. I would love to have been there with you on site, but now we can do it online, which is also amazing in itself. I'm very honored. I'm extremely excited, super proud. We are now at the 5th African International E-Waste Conference in Mombasa, and looking at the global e-waste trends, the challenges and opportunities together. Thank you everyone for making this happen, first of all. So my name is Simone Andersson, and for those who don't know me, I worked together with the We Center team for 2 years, 2021, 2022, as the Chief Commercial Officer. That was the greatest time of my life, and also the greatest challenge. When it comes to electronic waste and the hazardous effect it can have on society and the environment, it was a privilege to be able to work firsthand, seeing and expanding operations that were of better sorts, safer, telling people about doing this. And as we continue to do it and focus on the global trends today and tomorrow, we see that, of course, the electronics, we will not get rid of them. Instead, we are very dependent on them, so we better take care of them very carefully, both when we produce, when we use, and when we need to dispose or reuse, preferably as many times as possible. I know the focus is a lot on the solar, the battery, renewable energy growth in Africa, and as well as policymakers, industry leaders, innovators are part of this stakeholder network. I would also like to point out all the aid organizations, many of which we collaborate with, or I would say all, like Médecins Sans Frontières, the Red Cross, Save the Children. They have very good routines, and they are extremely aware of the risks concerning waste in general and electronic waste in particular. I would also like to highlight again, it can never be said too many times, but the triple R, the RRR industry, the refurb, uplifted and strengthened. And I think we can do all of this together. Looking at what the electronics can do, we also have the opportunity of digital traceability, and implementing those systems of any kind. I mean, there are many different ones, but of course linking them to each other so that we can also connect and have smooth transfer between different organizations, finding the key numbers that are needed for reporting to authorities, for buying and selling, for finding the right way to take care of the waste, etc., etc. So utilizing the opportunities with the tools we have, and at the same time working on standardizing the legislation, which was also mentioned by Catherine, I think is super important, so that we know and we have the scope very clearly in front of us. So rounding off, I love the analogy of being the tree of life in Africa. I'm happy to have been part of it and being part of it. Actually, having this today, trying to be a bit colorful and African on my side here. And why not 2026? Maybe we should have a twin or a triple event where I saw Malcolm somewhere there. I'm sure there might be some others I know, but I saw you, Malcolm, in the image. Maybe we should have an event occurring at the same time in Stockholm and maybe in South Africa, as well as in Kenya or anywhere else. Ibukun, I know you're with us online at least, so maybe Nigeria. I'm all for it, and I would be happy to do some arrangements on this end, of course. The IVL, Swedish Environmental Research Institute, we work a lot on electronics amongst other environmental issues. So what do you say? I pass the ball to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Simon. Many thanks indeed. We celebrate you. Thank you for your time. And thank you for making it African. We can see the colorful Simon. Many thanks. And the tree of life analogy, we can see, I think there's a tree behind there, the background that you have. So many thanks. A big round of applause for Simon. Oh, there we go. So we appreciate nature. Many thanks indeed, Simon. We appreciate you.
Have a lovely day.
All the best. And you mentioned Malcolm. Well, Malcolm is up next. Please welcome. Malcolm Whitehouse, from South Africa, JRPC Metal Enhancers Business Development Manager. Over to you, Malcolm.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be here. And Bonnie, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I think you're going to be sorry because you shouldn't give me the mic at all. I will never abuse this opportunity other than really work hard at making it work for all of us. There's been a lot of statements made today, but My name is Malcolm Whitehouse. I'm the Business Development Manager for Africa for JRPC Metal Enhancers. And I just want to digress for 1 second. If you look at this picture behind us, there's a PC board over the continent. So we are the first locally developed, homegrown solution for PC board recycling on the continent of Africa, where we do extraction of all the PGMs, gold, silver, palladium, and copper. And we are busy with very exciting projects to expand into Africa. I serve on the board of the WE Center in Kenya, which is so incredible. Hello, Tom, how are you? And Simone, you've spoken. And yeah, it's an absolute privilege. And part of my opening remarks, I'll expand a bit on that right now. But something that I want to say first, because this is my other job. I am an ordained pastor. And in the book of Genesis in the Bible, chapter 1, verses 28, it says, "Then God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth and subdue it." And then this is important, "have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." And God has given us dominion over this planet. And we have the responsibility, each and every one of us in this room, to look after it. Because He's not saying, use up everything as quickly as you can. I'm going to give you some more and going to make more, because our resources are finite. They are being mined and used up rapidly, and we're losing them. And when they're gone, they're gone. So it's a collective effort that rests on every one of our shoulders. And we need to dig deep. And in this conference, I would like each and every one of you to dig deep and focus on secondary resource recovery, extraction, extension of life of product, design for recycling, the circular economy, etc. And as the following phrase that was coined by Rob Newman, a British comedian and writer, in 2006, in his stage show titled "There Is No Planet B, A History of the World Backwards," and it was quite an interesting thing. In 2007, he performed a song called "No Planet B" at the Heathrow Climate Camp, after which activists painted the phrase "No Planet B" on placards, and they also used that at COP15 in Copenhagen. And it's a statement that rings very true and should not be taken lightly. Anyway, I digress, so let's go into it. Good morning, Jambo, and I believe if you walk around saying Jambo in Kenya, they know you're a tourist, so Jambo to all of you. Esteemed policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, and delegates, it is with immense purpose and anticipation that I welcome you to the 5th International E-Waste Conference, dedicated to the critical theme, adapting to global e-waste trends, challenges, and opportunities. Over the next 2 days, there's a call for action. We address a monumental challenge, the escalating tide of e-waste. This crisis is particularly acute on our continent, and Bonnie, you were alluding to it even in Indonesia, but it's rife in this continent as well. These container loads of e-waste being dumped, the deferred dumping, shame, poor Africa, here's a handout from the global north. In the meantime, 90% of it doesn't work. And so it carries on. They call that deferred dumping. Sheer volume of waste now generated from traditional electronics to the massive influx of the off-grid solar and battery waste demands immediate, effective, and compliant solutions. But our focus must be clear. This conference is about an African-centric approach. And I've preached this since 2010, for those of you who know me. We are firmly here to reject the notion that Eurocentric models, and hear what I'm saying, designed for different socio-economic realities, can simply be copy-pasted onto our continent. However, in our solution that we've developed, we've built in global best practice and compliance. So I'm not saying we don't do that, But we need to engineer these things that actually speak to our socio-economic issues on this continent, that embraces the informal sector and encourages development of business of a sustainable income. Our success lies in developing solutions that work on the continent, that empower our own people. Hence our own work over the past 7 years to create our solution that we've created on the PC board recycling facility. It is a first of its kind. It was locally developed, homegrown, taking global technologies, bringing them together and adapting them and making them work. And that's what we need to do on the continent of Africa. But we're still addressing the real need of recycling. It is the fastest growing waste stream, and Master of Ceremonies, you touched on a sensitive point. 75% of all e-waste lies in our homes. Not in government, not in corporates, it lies in our homes, in the drawers, waiting to be given away or sold or whatever the case may be. We need to develop standards and norms and standards that are practical, that can be implemented, but that are enablers. A circular future beyond recycling, our discussions must move beyond mere disposal. We must champion the full spectrum of a circular economy, compliant e-waste recycling, meticulous refurbishment, ethical repair, and resourceful repurposing of all electronic waste. This is where the true value and opportunity lies. We must recognize too the existing expertise. The informal sector on this continent is already the backbone of e-waste collection and dismantling across the entire continent of Africa. Without them, you're not going to make this work, trust me. By formalizing, training, and integrating these entrepreneurs, we can transform an unregulated problem into a powerful, sustainable, and socially empowered solution, solving our socio-economic problems while at the same time cleaning our environment. Our collective commitment should be from stricter Basel Convention amendments to local policy development, which should be enablers. I just came out of the PRO space in South Africa, and it's starting to take off and work very well, but a massive challenge to bring all of these things together. So the global landscape is continually changing, and this platform is your opportunity to forge the international collaborations and private sector initiatives needed to build scalable, sustainable e-waste solutions that truly benefit African communities. Let us commit these next 2 days to innovative thinking, shared knowledge, and most importantly, and this is very important, because the days of talking and we're going to do this and we're going to do that are over. We need to start doing what we say we're going to do. Actionable strategies that empower our continent, your continent, our collective continent. Thank you, and I wish you all a groundbreaking and inspiring conference. Asante Sana. Thank you.
Asante Sana, thank you for the challenge. An African-centric approach. With the bottom line, doing what we say we will do. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Tanzania, the enforcement manager, NEMC, Amina Kibola. Welcome, Amina. A big round of applause for her, please. All the way from Tanzania.
Good morning, everyone. All the way from Tanzania, I'm gathered here together to discuss issues of e-waste. But we also pay the condolences for our friends, our neighbor, Kenyan, for the loss of our dear and beloved, commonly known as Baba, Raila Amolo Odinga. We are very sorry for the loss, and we together celebrate the life of Raila Odinga. My name is Amina Kibola, working for the National Environment Management Council. I'm in charge of enforcement. This is where the e-waste management is in place. So as we here together, we are so privileged to be invited, and we are very delighted to be part of this discussion in discussing important issues regarding the e-waste. We know that this conference has brought together a range of stakeholders from policymaker, industries, civil societies, experts, all together to address the issues of e-waste, not only in the region, but in globally. We have our colleagues from Japan. I've seen people from various places in the world, all together in this room, just to discuss the e-waste issues. The global trends on e-waste are alarming. The projections are also alarming. So if we don't sit together discussing all these matters in order to address them, we won't be doing justice to our citizens, but also for the future generations. Tanzania has in place a legislative alignment, is a signatory to Basel Convention in Bamako. We also have a new policy of environmental policy of 2021 that has accommodated, has taken on board seriously the issues of electronic and electric waste. We also have a new legislation a new regulation in place of electronics and electric waste management. We also have EPR schemes, and we issue permits for collection, for storing, for facilities that are involving with dismantling, for import, and then for export. So NEMC is in full-fledged to make sure that the e-waste issues are well accommodated and at national level, but also and globally. So in short, this is what I can say. So thank you very much for to invite NEMC to be part of this gathering, to make sure that issues of e-waste are well discussed, addressed, and its future is also taken on board. I thank you very much.
Many thanks indeed. Thank you so much. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Conservation Secretary, State Department for Wildlife, Dr. John Kipkorir Chumo. Karibu sana, makofi yake tafadhali. Applaudis s'il vous plaît. Thank you so much. Welcome, 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 welcome. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Good morning. I'm just trying to get my it's letting me down. Distinguished delegates, the government representatives who are here, the members who are visiting us for the first time to this country, the private sector leaders, researchers, development partners, youth innovators, and friends of the environment. Good morning. My name is John Chumo. I'm the Conservation Secretary, State Department for Wildlife. And as my sister here was mentioning some of the countries who are visiting us here, I want to take this opportunity, first of all, also to welcome you to Kenya and give you an opportunity that at the end of the 2 or 3 days when you'll be here, you can be able to sample some of our very great wildlife in this country. Karibuni sana. It is both a privilege and an honor to stand before you this morning at the 5th African International E-Waste Conference, a platform that has over the years evolved into one of the most significant gatherings for dialogue, collaboration, and collective action on the management of electronic waste. I convey warm greetings from the State Department for Wildlife under the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, and from the government of Kenya and the people of this country, a nation proud to host this very important international engagement. Allow me to begin by commending the organizers of the WE Center and its partners for their steadfast commitment to this cause. Each year, this conference brings together diverse minds and institutions from across the continent and beyond to exchange ideas, inspire innovations, and challenges to do better for our planet. The presence of so many distinguished experts here today from Africa, Europe, and beyond reminds us that e-waste is not a local or regional issue. It is indeed a global challenge with environmental, economic, and ethical dimensions that affect us all. Globally, the challenge is stark. The latest Global E-Waste Monitor 2024 estimates that the world produced over 62 million tons of electronic waste by the year 2022. This is a figure expected to raise to probably 82 million tons by the year 2030 if current trends continue. Yet only 22.3% of this waste was properly collected and recycled. The rest, nearly 50 million tons each year, is left unmanaged, ending up in open dump sites, landfills, and waterways where it leaches harmful chemicals such as lead, mercury, and cadmium into the soil, water, and air. These pollutants are not merely abstract statistics. They are invisible killers that undermine public health, degrade our environment, and ends up threatening our biodiversity. In Africa, the implications are particularly profound. The continent is undergoing a digital revolution. More mobile phones, solar systems, and information technologies are entering our markets and homes than ever before. This growth brings undeniable benefits, improved communication, financial inclusion, and access to knowledge. Yet it also creates a rising tide of discarded electronic that many countries are ill prepared to manage. Informal recycling and unsafe disposal practices have become widespread, often carried out by youth and women in conditions that expose them to serious toxic fumes and materials. This is not just a waste management problem. It is indeed a public health, social, and economic issue intertwined with our pursuit of sustainable development. However, within every challenge lies an opportunity. Africa has the chance to leapfrog towards a truly circular economy, one that turns waste into wealth, promotes repair and also reuse, and closes the loop between production, consumption, and recovery. In Kenya, Institutions such as WE Center have demonstrated that responsible recycling is not only possible but also profitable when driven by innovation, policy, support, and partnerships. And I want to say this, that I really want to acknowledge what we have been doing, especially in our country, especially in ensuring that most of the materials are collected, they are also recycled, and we have seen them actually being used in this country. And I want to say, and I stand here today as to testify that as a country, we have seen the work that you have done. Most of our schools now are really enjoying some of those refurbished computers, courtesy of the recycling and reusing of the materials that you have actually collected. We want to thank you and really acknowledge you. NEMA's regulatory framework, the emerging extended producer responsibility guidelines and collaborations with global partners like UNEP, ITU, and also GIZ represents important steps towards this transformation. Yet as well, recognize legislation and infrastructure alone will not be enough. What we need most is a change in mindset, a new change in the views that environmental stewardship as a shared responsibility. As a Secretary for Conservation, I wish to bring a unique dimension to our discussion today, the often overlooked link between e-waste and wildlife conservation. I know most of the time we really look at the e-waste in terms of other, you know, the landfills, the dump sites, and probably the issue of reuse, recycle, and all that. But coming back to where we sit in terms of our conservation, we are saying that when we talk about electronic waste, we tend to focus on urban areas, factories, or recycling centers. Rarely do we consider how these pollutants ripple through natural ecosystems. Yet the reality is that toxins from discarded electronic waste eventually find their way into rivers, wetlands, and forests, the same landscapes that sustained Africa's rich biodiversity. In Kenya, we have several protected sites. We have a lot of, wildlife parks. We have conservancies. We have aquatic marine ecosystems that are actually endangered by this electronic waste. And therefore, for me to come here today, I want to tell you that we are really happy that we have sat here so that we can actually have a way forward, because some of our animals are actually getting endangered. They are actually getting affected, courtesy of the e-waste. In several parts of our country, including the Athi and Nairobi river systems, studies have shown traces of heavy metals consistent with e-waste contaminations. These pollutants affect not only human communities, but also aquatic species, birds, and mammals. When these metals bioaccumulate, they disrupt reproduction, migration, and survival patterns in wildlife. Across parts of Africa, hyenas, buffoons, and scavenger bats are increasingly drawn to human dump sites in search of food, often ingesting materials laced with harmful substances. Such scenes are heartbreaking and remind us that the environmental cost of modern convenience exceeds far beyond the city boundaries. This intersection of technology and ecology is where conservation must now expand its focus. Protecting wildlife is no longer about fighting poaching alone. It is also about combating pollution and the degradation of natural habitats caused by unsustainable human behavior. The fight against e-waste pollution is therefore part of the broader conservation agenda. When we reduce pollution, we protect our rivers, forests, and grasslands. When we manage waste responsibly, we safeguard the future of elephants, rhinos, and countless other species that depend on these ecosystems. And I want to say this, that as a country and as a region, we have a lot of heritage. We have a lot of animals. We have a lot of, like if you come to Kenya, we have the big five. We are talking about the rhinos, the elephants, and the olders. But if we are not careful in managing our e-waste, then in the next many years to the near future, we are going to have a problem in terms of our animals be getting affected, and our heritage will just be, we are going to lose it. The policy response must therefore be holistic. Government should strengthen extended producer responsibility policies to ensure that manufacturers bear accountability for the full life cycle of their products. Industries must design electronics that are easier to repair, reuse, and recycle, while consumers must be encouraged to adopt sustainable consumption patterns. Across Kenya, we are seeing inspiring examples of youth converting electronic waste into art, household utilities, and learning tools. These are the stories of hope that show us sustainability can also drive creativity and employment. Our shared vision should be Africa, where waste is not even as a problem, but as an untapped resource, a continent where technology and nature coexist harmoniously. The road ahead will require strong governance, continental cooperation, and a sense of shared responsibility. And I want to acknowledge all of us here who are here. We have seen that we have Africa is as numbers here. We are also seeing other participants who are actually following this discussion, that as a country, as a global approach, we are actually saying that we are all together to ensure that we have better country, we have better nations, we have also better global perspective in terms of e-waste. We must also align our national actions with international framework, including the Basel Convention amendments on hazardous waste and the African Union Agenda of 2063, which envisions a prosperous, peaceful, and sustainable Africa. As we gather today, through the theme Adapting to Global e-waste Trends, Challenges, and Opportunities, let us take a step further. Let us reimagine adaptation, not just as defensive response, but as an act of innovation and leadership. Let us lead the world in demonstrating that sustainability is not luxury for rich nations, but a necessity for all humanity. Let us show that Africa's story is not one of waste, but of wisdom, not one of crisis, but of creativity. The choices we make today will determine not only the health of our environment, but also the inheritance of the future generations to come. Let this conference serve as a renewed call to action, to innovate, to collaborate, and also to conserve. Let us work towards an Africa where our rivers run clean, our skies are free of toxic smoke, our communities are empowered by green jobs, and our wildlife continue to roam in health and secure habitats. As I finish, I want to, on behalf of our country, in behalf of our government, that when you come to Kenya, especially the visitors who are coming, we are free to welcome you, visit our parks. We have several within here. We have several marine ecosystems that you can visit during your time. You'll also have time to also visit some of the parks within the Tsavo, both Tsavo East and Tsavo West, and also many other heritage that you can be able to enjoy. Thank you all, and may our discussions over the coming days light the path to a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future for our continent and our planet. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Wow, many thanks indeed. The story of Africa, the story of wisdom and creativity. Asante sana. And welcome to Kenya. You already have the welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, please welcome the Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Dr. Sally Kimosop. Makofi yake tafadhali. A big round of applause.
Yeah, where I was born, I was told that you clap until the person reaches where the microphone is. I think you need to be continuing to clap. Yeah, my colleague, Secretary, Conservation Secretary from the State Department of Wildlife, Dr. Chumo, Madam CEO Mary Ngeshu, yeah, Takataka Nimalia, CEO and founder, together with your team. We have Simone Anderson and Malcolm Whitehouse, board members of We Center, who are here today with us. We have the CEO, Nani Gen Z, wa We Center. Sindio ni Gen Z? Yes, our CEO who is here with us today, together with your team, government officials who are here today with us, our partners, our various stakeholders, the private sector, the young people who are here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, my name is Dr. Seliki Mosop, Environment Secretary, State Department for Environment and Climate Change. I am here on behalf of PS Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno, PS State Department for Environment and Climate Change, who would not join us today, but we are here on his behalf, and on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and behalf of the Kenyan government. I want to welcome our guests from the other countries. I know we've been told about Tanzania, South Africa, Japan, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Sweden, I saw the lady, yeah, and many other countries that are here. Tunasema karibu Kenya. Kenya hakuna matata. So welcome to Kenya, and I want to just go through my PS's remarks on his behalf. It says that it is a great honor to join all of you today in this very important 5th Africa International E-Waste Conference, held under the theme Adapting to Global E-Waste Trends, Challenges and Opportunities. So we are here today to look at what are the challenges and find the opportunities that come with those challenges. Allow me to commend the organizers, the We Center, led by the CEO and the board members, together with all the staff and the various stakeholders. Let us clap for them. Yeah, maybe on that note, I will show you how to clap. Yeah, I am a pastoralist who can milk a running cow. I want everyone to stand, and then I will show you how we are supposed to clap for this team from We Center who have brought us here today to be able to discuss these challenges. So, where is the We Center? The team? We Center, wakuja hapa mbele? Yes, CEO leading? Yes. We Center? Yes. Okay, he will represent the team. Oh, they are here. Yeah, so all your hands should be pointing to them. We want to give them the clap, yeah? The clap from a pastoralist is like milk you are pouring to them. You do it like this. Like this, yeah? Yes, We Center team. Yes, to them, yeah? So when you are on that side, you turn like this to them. So you do like this. You know, in our place we have those cows that when you milk, you just get a small cup, less than 300 ml, yeah? So when you are milking, it comes like this. So you do that to the cow as you milk. So we do that. That is the clap, yeah? So we do like this. 3. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Yeah, we have to do that to the cow and ensure we milk. I said we milk a running cow. I come from a place where we have cattle rustlers. So before they take the cow, you milk as it runs, as they take. So allow me to commend the organizers and conveners of this platform that unites policymakers, researchers, and innovators to deliberate on one of the defining environmental challenges of our generation, the e-waste. Across the world, e-waste is now the fastest growing waste stream, and all the speakers who have been here have said that, with more than 62 million tons generated annually. The surge is driven by rapid technological innovation, population growth, and digital transformation. And all of us are able to see that. Look at the gadgets that we have in our hands, including my TV that I think I have the old one. There is another phase 2, there is a phase 3. We are going to phase 4. You will tell me where to keep them at the end of this meeting. In Africa, while our economies embrace digitalization and renewable energy, we face a growing challenge: the safe management of discarded electronics, batteries, and solar products. The rise of solar solutions as green energy has created new waste streams, such as used panels and batteries, that require careful handling to prevent pollution and resource loss. This conference, therefore, comes at a pivotal time as the world adapts to stricter global e-waste regulations, particularly under the Basel Convention that deals with the control of transboundary movement of chemicals. And as African nations strive to develop sustainable, circular e-waste economies. So as we transition from linear economy to circular economy, then all of us need to move as a team. Kenya has significantly made strides in establishing a firm policy and legislative foundation for sustainable waste and e-waste management. We have enacted the Sustainable Management Act 2022, which provides a comprehensive framework for shifting from linear model to circular economy practices. Complementing these is the Extended Producer Responsibility Regulations 2024, the EPR, that ensures that producers from manufacturers to importers take full responsibility for the life cycle of their products, including collection, recycling, and final disposal. Our National E-Waste Management Strategy 2019 to 2024 has guided the national action across 5 key pillars. One is awareness creation, 2, coordination, monitoring and evaluation, research and innovation, and legal strengthening. The Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, in collaboration with the Ministry of ICT, which I see just behind there, being represented, and the Youth Affairs Ministry has launched the e-waste guidelines and an implementation framework to streamline responsibilities among producers, recyclers, and consumers. These initiatives underscore the government's unwavering commitment to sustainable digital transformation. As a ministry, we are determined to scale up efforts that promote a cleaner, more circular and climate resilient economy. our priorities moving forward are precise and targeted. To one, resolve the matters and issues around the extended producer responsibility resolutions or regulations. We want to work towards its full implementation across product categories, including electronic equipment. Two is to support the establishment of modern recycling facilities beyond Nairobi and the big cities, working with counties and private investors to enhance regional access to safe dismantling and material recovery, so that we don't just concentrate in the city, in Nairobi city and other cities. We also go to the grassroots where we can find these materials. We want also to formalize and empower the informal recyclers. I know the process started and who are vital actors in our e-waste value chain. So we want to strengthen that and ensure that there is a coordinated way on how we are working together as a team. We want to strengthen environmental monitoring systems to track waste generation flows and treatment outcomes, which will enable evidence-based decision making at both national and county levels. So if we know how much waste we are generating where, then we can be able to find solutions from within and ensure that we are doing targeted interventions. We want to conduct public awareness and behavioral change campaigns to encourage citizens to return obsolete electronics through take-back systems and to promote reuse, repair, and responsible consumption. And I want to commend the team from PACPRO and Madam CEO from Takataka Nimali. We were with her during the Mazingira Day, driving already these campaigns that we were telling the communities on the ground in the grassroots that they need to segregate their waste at source, so that now we can be able to have different waste streams that can be utilized for various purposes. We want also to foster partnerships and cooperation, especially with the private sector, because they are the ones really who are supporting us in that, to support innovation, technology transfer, and small and medium enterprise incubation in e-waste solutions. Remember, the youth are the drivers of these innovations, and they may not be able to invest, they may not have the resources. And so when they have the innovations and we have investors who can be able to look at what they have done and incubate and make them into businesses, then we can be able to move forward as a country. These actions reflect our resolve to lead by example, translating policy into measurable progress. Our goal is not merely to manage waste, but to transform it into value. E-waste holds untapped potential for job creation, innovation, and local manufacturing. We are talking about green jobs and just leveraging on already existing government programs like the Nyota program that we have here in Kenya that supports youth and the Ministry of MSME. Then we can be able to promote job creation, green jobs for the youths. By embracing the circular economy, we can unlock new industries in material recovery, battery repurposing, and repair services, all while reducing emissions and conserving our resources. In this regard, we call upon producers, investors, and innovators to partner with the government in establishing closed-loop systems that keep materials in use and out of the environment. We are talking about creating green jobs in this and ensuring there is circularity. Before I joined the ministry, I was in the county, and there was a time the county government, we had to cut down on employment. I was the chair of the Public Service Board of Elgeyo Marakwet County. We had to cut down employment because some money was to be set aside for industrial zones. That industrial zone is there, but we have not seen innovations in them. Can we go to the counties and utilize those industrial zones to incubate innovations in our various counties, and same to the other countries in Africa? These solutions need to be local, and we need to reach the grassroots so that the youth in the various local levels can be able to get jobs and promote their innovations. We also reaffirm our commitment to regional cooperation under the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the Basel and Bamako Conventions, ensuring Africa's collective voice and solutions are reflected in global e-waste governance. Distinguished delegates, the challenge before us is urgent, but it's also an opportunity to innovate, to collaborate, and to lead. Let us all work together to build harmonized policies across the continent, invest in infrastructure that make recycling viable, strengthen data systems to inform decisions, and empower our people, especially the youth, to be at the forefront of green innovations. And just talking about policies, we are, as a ministry, we are reviewing our environment policy. It's a 2013 one, and we will be calling upon this team so that we can make contributions. That is the overarching policy that really will be able to guide us in the environment space. And we are also working on a circular economy strategy and action plan. So that's also one of the areas that we need to work together to ensure we have the right policy that is guiding. We have everything to guide us to the next level. Together, we can turn the e-waste crisis into a green growth opportunity for Africa and the world. As we deliberate over the next 2 days, let us keep in mind that our digital future must also be sustainable, one where innovation and responsibility move hand in hand. On behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry and the Government of Kenya, I reaffirm our full commitment to fostering partnerships, strengthening governance, and driving transformative action towards a cleaner, circular, and inclusive economy. Thank you all, and I wish you fruitful deliberations as we move forward from here. Na tena karibu Kenya, hakuna matata. Thank you.
Hakuna Matata. Dr. Seli, before you take a seat, just before you take a seat, we want you to show us a Kenyan dance for our visitor. So everybody, let's be upstanding. Dr. Seli will show us a dancing style. Come on. Dr. Seli, over to you. Let's go. Everybody. Warembo mkwapi. Bas. Tuonyeshe style. Everybody, let's go. Wow, a big round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Ladies, where are the Kenyan ladies? Come on. Let's join Dr. Seli. Come on, everybody. Wow, Catherine, we can see you. Hands up in the air. Come on, everybody. Let's go. Everybody. Wow, thank you so much. A big round of applause. Asante Sana, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Wow, DJ, you knew
Many
I was
thanks.
a traditional dancer, yeah?
Wow, thank you, Dr.
I
Sen.
think you saw me in school.
Asante Sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to look at the global outlook. Global outlook towards a circular future. How is that going to be, ladies and gentlemen? And just before we have our panel discussion, we want to get to understand this global outlook. And we do have a very special person who is going to give us that presentation just before the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen,
He is the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Communications Authority of Kenya, bringing over 20 years of leadership experience in public service, media and strategic communications. A decorated communicator, he has been instrumental in shaping Kenya's national communication strategy and advancing the country's digital transformation agenda. Please welcome David Mugonyi.
represented by Juma Oro. Makofi tafadhali.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Johnson, for that good introduction. Otherwise, I'm not the Director General. I'm here to represent the Director General, just to make some keynote address. Before we go to the global outlook, because we want to give you the global outlook from our side. So, Catherine, for your information, with all the travels, I've not been to Cape Town. So I think the 6th US conference, and I can see Bonnie is nodding. You can take me there. I hear the Table Mountains, and I hear there is a lot of wine. So you can now see where I'm heading to. So thank you so much. I've been in the US area for 13 years, the last 13 years, and I'm happy to see many people that I've interacted with. I've been on this at the national level, at the regional level, and also international level, at the ITU level. So I know I keep on learning a lot from all of us, and my passion, I have a passion in environment. At least today, I've known something. There are more connection between wildlife and US. I didn't know it was that clear. Thank you so much for bringing it out. So US affects all of us. And US actually is e-wealth, if you didn't know that. So look at it from that perspective again, then you will see how we can best be able to do that. So because of many other recent developments, so the Director General was not able to be here, but I have to say that he would have wished to be here, and he actually indicated that we will find time to be with you in other interactions. So what about introducing the global aspect? Because indeed US is a global issue, and you know, in all the continents, Africa, we are the ones who are doing a bit more poorly in terms of recycling. I think it stands at about 1.7%. So we really need to pick out on this. So that we can be able to actually note that we are going to prevent US from being generated, but because we can make it sustainable in such a way that US does not become a hazard in our lives. So definitely we have to work towards that, and we send and many other stakeholders are doing quite a lot, and most important, we have to have concerted efforts in terms of managing this. Sometimes we always say that we want to be paid to be able to give out our e-waste, but in most time you realize the other waste, we are the one who pay for them to be collected from our houses. So why do we want to be paid to give out our e-waste, which is even more harmful? So please give it for free, because soon it's going to harm you in the house and in the offices where we are. There are so many in government offices, I know, and I'm happy the Secretary for Environment is here. She will lead that process to help us get the US from government officers so that we can be able to deal with the issue of recycling. And Communication Authority of Kenya, as you know, is an ICT regulator, but we have a lot of interest in e-waste because probably the industry we are regulating is the greatest generator of e-waste. So we have to take responsibility, and that's why we are happy that EPR is there. I hope the hiccups have been sorted out, but the EPR is going to sort us a lot so that each and every person is able to take responsibility for the e-waste that they are generating, and we are here to be able to be part of that. In terms of electronics, I heard Johnson ask about those who the almost possible e-waste, and in most cases, generally anything that is shorter than 3 years is likely to become e-waste. So kindly look at what you are purchasing and look at the durability so that we are able to deal with the first R of e-waste, which is reduce, so that we don't bring in things that are almost going to become e-waste. And then the other issue is most important, and is coming up now, is the design, because that would also help us with dealing with e-waste. How do we design our products? Because if they are designed in such a way that they are not recyclable, then you are already creating a big problem, whether it is e-waste or any other waste. So we need to change our design system. I know we may not be manufacturing a lot, but globally, if we have these goods designed to be easily recyclable, then it helps us a lot in terms of e-waste. The authority will continue supporting these efforts. We are a member of the National e-waste Management Steering Committee. We are also a member of the East Africa Communication Organization, which has got a technical working group on e-waste specifically, and green ICTs. And we are also a member of International Telecommunication Union, where we have a whole technical study group on e-waste. So we will be using all this so that we can be part of the e-waste management globally and even nationally. So as we engage in our discussions, I know I'm going to have a chance to be able to interact with you later. So we need to keep in mind that before we leave here, if you have any e-waste with you, I heard some people said they had some which are almost e-waste. Kindly ensure that you give them to e-center, you leave them here so that they can go and recycle them. Thank you so much, and I hope to interact with you as we move along. Thanks.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Global outlook towards a secular future. For the next 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to learn. Very quickly, we'll have from South Africa, eWaste Africa, Mark Williams joining us as a panelist. From Tanzania, Managing Director and Founder of Electronic Waste Solutions Limited Tanzania, Fadhili Sembago. A big round of applause as they take to the stage for the panel discussion, a very quick one for 20 minutes. From Ethiopia, Inter-Ethiopia Solutions PLC, Founder and CEO, Zelalem Nigatu. Welcome, welcome. And from Kenya, IPROC Coordinator, John Marvin Ayara. And of course, once again, the State Department for Wildlife Conservation Secretary, Dr. John Kipkorir Chumo. This particular engagement will be moderated by the Head of Foundation and Product Development, Taka Nimali, Joshua Samson. 20 minutes, Joshua. Once you start talking, the clock will start ticking. Over to you. 20 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Yes, turn to your neighbor on the right or left. Tell them e-waste is wealth. Waste is wealth. Thank you so much. Welcome to this panel, Global Outlook Towards a Circular Future. And today we want to explore a very critical question. Can we really build economies that reuse more than they waste? Economies that regenerate more than they consume. And I'm joined here with a very diverse team from South Africa to Ethiopia, and our lady from Tanzania, she hasn't joined us, and also here locally in Kenya. And shortly we are going to see how across Africa countries are, creating innovation and policy and practical solutions towards circular economy. Mark, I'm going to start with you to help us think through this, because South Africa has often been ahead when it comes to circular business models. From your experience at eWest Africa, what innovations or policies and frameworks have you seen that have become most effective in scaling circular practices, and how can other African nations learn from the incredible work that you do? In just a few minutes. Okay, Mark, over to you.
Cool, great, thank you so much. So it's a question that you've.
The technical team, you will assist us with the mics. I think they're not functioning quite right.
So it's a big question that you've asked, and I think there's a lot of different parts to it. And maybe just to start off with, in South Africa, we've had extended producer responsibility for electronic waste in place for just over 3 years now. Or it's been active for 3 years now, and we're starting to see it actually playing a big part in terms of driving volumes of waste. But I think tied to that, and it's hard to distinguish whether it's EPR or whether it's the ban of electronic waste being sent to landfill, because they were actually implemented at a similar time. And so it's now illegal to send e-waste to landfill in South Africa, and so that's also driving consumers to look for other ways to dispose of their electronic waste. I think tied to that, though, in terms of the legislation, the challenge is still enforcement and compliance, because there's still a lot of what's termed free riders in terms of producers who aren't paying their EPR fees, and that then just feeds down to meaning that the producers that are paying are disadvantaged, as well as that they're not being a full comprehensive cover across the entire country yet. But I think there's other aspects, so that's the legislative aspect, but I think there's also other things that are driving it, and it's people, especially the younger generations, are starting to question sustainability and demand the sustainability of their suppliers, of the producers of equipment that they are purchasing. But that's one side of it, and we're starting to see it, but I think there's still a huge requirement for education and for people to actually be aware. I mean, most people in South Africa, and I'm not sure what it's like other parts of Africa, most people don't even know what e-waste is. You say e-waste, you say you work for an e-waste company, and they're like, what's e-waste? And then they don't know that a battery is electronic waste. They think they can just throw it into the bin. And so the challenge is, how do we educate people? And how do we make it as easy as possible for people to send their e-waste for recycling? I think that's the other aspect. Because until we can start to drive those volumes, we can't get the economies of scale to make recycling as simple as possible.
Sure. Thank you so much. Those are very, very powerful insights. You've talked about proper disposal systems. You've talked about the gap in education and the importance of creating proper awareness so that we can have proper volumes to recover and recycle. Thank you so much. We'll move to Mr. Fadhili from Tanzania. Sorry about that. Earlier, I think I said something that shouldn't have been said, but you've built electronic waste solutions in a context where systems are still forming, and we are curious to know what practical challenges you have faced in formalizing e-waste collection and recycling, and also how are you leveraging innovation or community partnerships to overcome them? Over to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In my country, Tanzania, I could say the official journey started in March this year. That's when we got our basic license to collect and store, transport and store. So we moved very quickly, and in August the same year, we coordinated a very good meeting with the Vice President's office, where we co-facilitated the stakeholders meeting with all responsible ministries, from Vice President, from NEMKI. As you can see today, we have the team from NEMKI, from the President's Office, Regional Administration, Local Government. Today we have a representative. So all of them have come to back up to support us from there. So it's like the nation, our state has come with us to support us.
Yep.
Our board have come with 3 members, including the chairman himself, senior management. So in terms of challenges, the use of legislation and harmonization of policy goes without saying. We picked quickly that the harmonization and to report now with confidence that the harmonization document is out. I'm not out to share. Maybe Madam Amina, if you will allow me to share, I can do that. Soon it will be in public domain. So our government is supporting us. We picked from the experience that issues of e-waste cannot be done in isolation.
Yeah.
So one of the initiatives we have
Mic, please. Just hold on as we wait for another microphone. I think you are already bringing up a very significant conversation on policy harmonization. You could pick it up from there.
So practice that we initiate and maintain actively waste cannot be done in isolation.
Yeah.
So we are lucky we have We Center Kenya. I have continuously sent my teams to study and make sure we are aligned in these initiatives. Approach, another challenges that we try to address very well is to do engagement. How, such as this session, it's not easy, it's not cheap, and we are not making organization, we are just a social business enterprise. So this is a game for serious people.
Yeah.
Recently, we went to speak to the College of ICT, University of Dar es Salaam, the prominent university in Africa, and immediately the Vice Chancellor called for immediate signing of the MOU.
Yes.
So that we can help them, partner with them in terms of innovation, knowledge transfer, and general feeling of the real life environment.
Sure.
So this is a very interesting story. Last few days, we went for the kickoff meeting. I saw a professor who taught me power electronics, early 2000. jumping from a class, going for lunch. Then I told him, Professor, are you still teaching power electronics? He told me, Fadhili, I'm sorry, this guy called AI has really made us useless. Then I told him, why? He says everybody has access to information. Sometimes students have information more than we do. And he was holding a paper, a manuscript paper, which I remember 25 years ago, he used to have it. He still has it. So I told him, Professor, I remember this paper, this book. It was somehow white. Now it is yellow. Then he started laughing.
Yeah.
I told him that if we are not careful, the students you are teaching, they will go this direction while the world is heading to this direction. So we had a lot of conversation.
Okay.
In short, this is what I can say. But to the formal sector, I tape it from Dr. Tom. If you look this as a commercial business, you want to make money out of this business, you may be out of place. It took me 12 years to understand this Daktari, but now I understand. So let's come together.
Yeah.
And to the government officials, the likes of NEMA, NEMC, and other bodies, keep encouraging us. Don't leave us alone.
Yeah.
And we won't leave you alone. Thank you
Thank you
so much.
so much. That's very critical. We need to join such efforts to turn chaos into opportunities, right? Thank you so much. Now that we've mentioned engagement and community engagement, I want us to come here locally and listen from John Ayara. Now, I think your work at EPROC shows how grassroots efforts and SMEs are vital for this transition to circularity. How can these local movements be better, integrated into circular economy strategies, both here in Kenya and across Africa, especially to ensure that e-waste is seen as wealth and a valuable resource?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, as well as my panelists and everybody here. Good morning.
Good morning.
So my name is John. I'm the coordinator for Electronic Waste Producer Responsibility Organization. So we are a PRO that is mandated to support our members manage the post-consumer e-waste. And I'm glad some of them are here. And also special thanks to We Center, who has organized this session just to bring us here, because we understand it is about collaborations that makes us achieve our mission. There's a saying that says, it's not about the speed that you're moving at, but it's the direction. And you might be moving very fast, and then you find yourself, you're headed in the wrong direction, right? And I'm sure the reason why we are here, we are looking at where do we move, or which direction do we move as Africa. And from the first conference to now the 5th conference, I can tell you we are headed in the right direction. And just to answer your question, as EPROC, we've been looking at how do we ensure that there's inclusion from the SME to those people who are actually down there, to see that, one, they are considered in this discussion, particularly how do we ensure that they are supported, how do we ensure that they're included in the discussion of e-waste. And I think, how do we achieve that? We have to look at 3 things. So one of them is bridging the gap in terms of formalization and incentives. 2, we're also looking at how do we foster innovation, particularly having hubs and also collaborative networks, and also co-creating the policy and narrative. So when I go to the first one, when we are talking about particularly bridging the gap, so how do we have a tiered formalization of pathway, whereby we see for these SMEs, they are able to get a faster process of how they get licenses and all that. also talking of fiscal incentives, we understand that most of the SMEs or people who are down there, they're the ones who are handling most of these, let's say, our electronic waste. So how do we ensure that those that are doing something are able to get, let's say, tax reliefs so that it makes them be competitive and also support the formal sector. Also talk of accessing green finance. Particularly we look at the banks, they are more on, the green finance has been directed to, let's say, the energy sector, because you find that the energy sector is a bit, they see as if it's formalized. But we also need to see that financing coming to the likes of WeCenter, so that now we can have the right infrastructure to particularly handle and manage e-waste. When we talk of fostering innovation, how do we, I was glad that the Secretary talked about having innovation hubs at the different counties. So how do we make use of these innovation hubs per se to ensure that the young ones, particularly I'm glad we have the young generation here, they're able to learn and also have more information on how do we manage the e-waste.
Yeah.
And particularly also creating a digital marketplace whereby we are seeing where the SMEs have already have these e-waste. We're able to get, let's say, some of these products, having an app whereby you can access and see how does this e-waste, where is it produced, where is it going, and what is the technology that is missing. And I think finally it's on the inclusion. At the strategy level, we need to see the inclusion of the voices of those people who are down there, particularly the SMEs, building something around their vision and all that. And also, we need to have an amplified success stories because we don't need to see that e-waste is a threat, but what are the opportunities that have been realized from, let's say, WeCenter today?
Yes.
And from there, we're able now to say, this is what WeCenter has done, this is what the other recyclers have done, and collaboratively make that mind shift on how to manage e-waste.
Thank
and
you.
at EPROC, we are looking at working together and supporting all the value chain players who are here today to ensure that we are achieving e-waste successfully. And
Thank
also,
you.
Thank you. I submit.
Okay. Yeah. Three critical points: inclusion, formalization, and bridging the gap. I hope we got that right. Thank you so much. Now we move to Daktari himself. In the morning, earlier on, he told us that we need sustainability that drives creativity. I wonder what he will tell us now. Looking at policy alignment, which is key to sustainable change, how is the government weaving circular economy principles into its environmental and wildlife policies, and what partnerships or incentives do we see that should be prioritized to encourage sustainable production and recycling?
Thank you so much. First of all, as a country, we have we realize that the issue of e-waste is a great issue, and there are a lot of tons of waste that are generated and being brought outside there, and therefore finding its own way to either landfills, dump sites, and as I said earlier, most of it also would be able to reach into our waterways, and at the end of the day affect our wildlife and even also end the chain. Now, as a country, we have a whole robust system of legal mechanism that has been put, and I'm happy to say that through the Ministry of Environment, we have the law on Sustainable Waste Management Act that was came on board in 2022, and it has actually put up issues of recycling centers and also recovery centers, and ensuring that every institution, whether it is both public and private sector, you are obligated to ensure that all the waste are just collected, And I'm happy that through public partnership programs, like where we now comes on board, we're able to have them collected, and most of it would be able to be recycled and actually reused. And I said that especially as a country, we have also the policies that we have actually put to ensure that we as a country and as a nation, especially through all the agencies of government, actually we collect the waste and ensure that they actually put into place. So in short, issues we have a lot of incentives through, like most of through NEMA, in terms of permits, in terms of our caps, which is actually ensuring that standards are actually kept, and we try as much as possible to reduce the waste that comes to the country in terms of permitting and licensing.
Great, wonderful. You've heard the bell. Our time is up, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to our incredible panelists for the wonderful work they have done.
Absolutely, and a big round of applause for the moderator as well. Joshua, thank you so much indeed. Sorry because of time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 15 minutes for our tea break or whatever is there to be offered. Please note, you can take your break, come in here so that we kick off at exactly 15 minutes. Let's meet in the next 15 minutes. We kick off together. 2 panel sessions after the break, so please be here on time. And remember, we want you to also enjoy the Mombasa environment. So 15 minutes. Thank you. Waiting for your presentation tomorrow. So welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So ladies and gentlemen, we're ready. We have 2 panel discussions before lunch. Tight, but at the same time sweet and smart. It's 43 minutes past 11. And we are ready for our first engagement. We'll be looking at global e-waste generation trends, understanding the accelerating rise in e-waste and the global implications. And to start us off, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a presentation from Premier Academy. So, we are ready to go. Premier Academy, are you ready? Okay. Why don't you give that for Carla Cachesso? Carla Cachesso, where are you? Come on, I love that. Thank you so much for that. Wow, that's it. That's that. Wow. A big round of applause. Come on. Come on. Hey, 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 hey. Carla. Welcome, Carla. This is your moment. Talk to us in your unique style.
Good morning, everyone.
Good.
My name is Carla Hacheso from Premier Academy, and this morning I'll be presenting to you about global e-waste generation trends, more specifically, understanding Africa's position on the global e-waste landscape. To start us off with some key definitions, e-waste is any form of electronics that have been discarded or are no longer in use, such as old phones, old laptops, old appliances. A trend is the general direction in which something is changing or developing. Therefore, e-waste generation trends are the pattern in which e-waste is being produced. Like everyone has been saying today, e-waste is said to be the fastest growing waste stream globally. The first global e-waste monitor was created in 2014, with subsequent editions being released in 2020, 2022, and 2024. Research compiled by the United Nations Institute of Training and Research, UNITAR, showed that e-waste is growing by 2.6 million tons annually and is on track to reach 82 million tons by 2030. This is a 33% increase from the 2022 figure, that is 62 million tons. It also says that the report foresees a drop in the documented, formerly recycled and collected e-waste from 22.3% to 20% by 2030 due to the difference between the amount of e-waste being generated and being reported as formerly collected and recycled. The report also says that if counted, it could bring up the amount of e-waste being recycled up to 60%, which benefits would exceed costs more than 38 billion US dollars. There's supposed to be a graph projected for you guys. However, it was just going to show you the trend that the amount of e-waste being generated was following, which, like I had said earlier, was at 62 million tons in 2022 and is on track to reach 82 million tons. Understanding Africa's position on the global e-waste landscape. In 2022, 5.5 billion kgs of electrical and electronic equipment was placed on market in Africa. 3.5 billion kgs, or 2.5 kgs per capita, was the amount of e-waste generated. 25 million kgs, or 0.7% of the e-waste, was reported as formerly recycled and collected. And as for legislation, 11 countries have national e-waste policy, legislation, or regulation. 9 countries use EPR principles, or now 10, as we are hearing that Kenya is getting some. 2 countries have collection targets in place, and 1 country has a recycling target in place. Moving into sub-region, countries with the highest e-waste generation per sub-region. In Eastern Africa, out of the 470 million population, 430 million kgs, or 2.4 kgs per capita, was the amount of e-waste generated, with 0.5% of it being recorded as recycled. The top two countries generating the most e-waste are Kenya and Ethiopia with 88 million kilograms, and the third country is the United Republic of Tanzania, which generated 61 million kilograms. In Northern Africa, out of the 260 million inhabiting the sub-region, 1,500 million kilograms of e-waste was generated. And the country with the most e-waste generated was Egypt, which generated 690 million kilograms, and is also the country with the highest e-waste generation in Africa, followed by Algeria and Morocco, with 330 million kilograms and 180 million kilograms respectively. However, we are seeing change with the upcoming and bringing of these companies, such as the Burundi-based Great Lakes Initiative for Communities Empowerment, which promotes the reduction of digital and energy divide while protecting the environment. We have, which was founded in 2010, and there was the Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment Center in Kenya, which was founded in 2012, that our initiative, EcoOne, actually had a trip to. We also have, in Northern Africa, In Egypt, we have the Ministry of Education trying to implement laws to help with e-waste collection. And in conclusion, global e-waste trends are rising, and it is important that countries, sub-regions, and continents work together, much like this conference today, to try and solve and reduce the amount of e-waste being generated in each household, each country, and each area, which would then lead to a healthier economy, environment, and better quality of life. Thank you.
Wow, that's Carla. Thank you so much indeed for the info. Many thanks. It's all about working together. Another beautiful round of applause. Many thanks. All right. We're ready for our panel discussion. Global e-waste generation trends. Understanding the accelerating rise in e-waste and the global implications. 40 minutes. So get ready, get ready, get ready. If you have any questions, please note we'll have the Menti platform on the screen. If you can have it. Let's have the Menti platform on the screen. If you have any questions, please start posting. Immediately we start the panel discussion. Very quickly to introduce the panelists, we have from South Africa, ACEN founder Susan Yvonne Karcher. A big round of applause for her. We have India Government Institute of Science, Assistant Professor Dr. Pooja Sonawane. Thank you so much. There we go. We can see you there. Thank you so much. Switzerland STEP Initiative, Executive Director Adrian Specker. Adrian Specker, thank you so much for joining us. From Kenya, Safaricom Manager, Climate and Environment, Valentin Cheruyot. And from South Africa, Circular Economy Lead, ITU, James Mulolo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Thank you so much to our panelists, and our moderator is also ready. None other than Kenya We Center, Catherine Masori. 30 minutes to engage the panelists, 10 minutes to get questions from the audience. Once you start talking, the timer will start ticking. Over to you, Catherine.
Okay, I think Carla has set a good start to the topic. Well done on your presentation. You might know more about the e-waste generation and trends than many people in the room. Welcome to the panelists. Most of us will be online. Most of our panelists will be online. I'm seeing one is missing, James. Is he on? No? Okay, so we'll go ahead. So the purpose of this panel is because we have the e-waste monitor 2024 that came out, and we have also recent changes to the Basel Convention, and we thought it is important to think through and discuss what those changes mean, what that report means to us, and that is why we have the experts here in the room with us and online to help us think through these questions. So we'll start with you, Susan. So how does South Africa's e-waste trend compare to the rest of Africa, and which policies have you seen are driving effective reductions in e-waste in South Africa, and what are your thoughts also on the information that was there in the e-waste monitor? Here, Susan doesn't seem to be here. You can't unmute.
Okay.
You all can't hear.
All can't hear. Right. I'm not muted. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Starting to hear you. Starting to hear you. Starting to hear you. Starting to hear you. Starting to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I think we are good now. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Susan.
I can't.
You can't hear us? Adrian, can you hear us? Thumbs up if you can. No thumbs up. Okay, let's begin with Valentine here, then maybe we can move to the online panelists. Okay, so welcome Valentine. Tell me first, what are your thoughts on what you've seen from the monitor, and then how do you think corporates can leverage the data that we are seeing to optimize collection and recycling of e-waste?
Thank you, Catherine, for the question, and good morning to all the participants. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, so like Catherine has mentioned, my name is Valentine Cheriot. I do work with Safaricom and I lead circular economy initiative. In terms of what we've seen around e-waste trends, I think there's a lot of consumption, especially when it comes to technological innovation. Every year we have new release of mobile phones. We have new softwares being upgraded. And that is one of the things that are driving e-waste numbers up. How many of us in the last 1 year have upgraded their phones? I know we are so many of us. And we would like to ensure that in as far as versions of mobile phones are concerned, we would like to go with the trend, yeah? No one wants to go with an oldie phone that doesn't have maybe 5G speed, or it has a nice screen and all that. So those are the behavioral changes that we are seeing in the space of e-waste. So how do we then ensure, even as we advance in terms of technology, we are in a place whereby we are also putting in place measures to ensure that there is minimal generation of e-waste. So some of the initiatives that we are putting in place as Safaricom include buybacks. So when you want to upgrade your mobile phone to the next one, we want to set up a buyback program whereby you can bring that mobile phone that you no longer need, and then now you can upgrade that mobile phone to the one that you want. That way we are going to reduce the number of mobile phones that are lying idle in our homes. The second thing that we are looking at is, and it is being practiced in other countries, is leasing, yeah? Given that you're going to use this mobile phone for 2 years and then there is a new release and all that, why don't we go into a lease model? You lease this mobile phone for a particular period of time. Once you want to upgrade to the next, then you go back and lease another one. So that way, we then are able then to reduce the number of mobile phones that are then churned or left idle or obsolete because they are no longer serving us as we may want. The other thing that we are seeing is, as people move into the digital world, there is a lot of digitization that is happening. People want to use latest technologies to then ensure that in as far as their day-to-day activities are concerned, they are then enabled by digital solutions. Say, for example, IoT and the likes. So Safaricom, to ensure that the customers are connected, we are putting up a lot of base transceiver stations, the towers you're seeing. So what are we gonna do to ensure that we don't end up with a forest of telecommunication infrastructure? There is need for policy formulation to see that we are sharing equipment, or we are sharing the towers, so that we don't end up with so many towers in our spaces, yeah? That way we will reduce the number of telecommunication infrastructure, we will also reduce the degradation of the environment, and also will reduce the number of e-waste that will be generated. As Safaricom, we are already putting in place measures to ensure that once we no longer need generators, solar panels, and all that, we are having a consultant on board or a contractor who buys back from us, because this equipment are still in good state and somebody else can use it. So they are buying back from us and we are generating good amount of money. So for example, for the last financial year, we generated a good amount of money, 30 million, from selling of generators, solar panels, steel, and all that. Because there is value, like somebody said, the first panel, e-waste is wealth. So we've seen money, and as such, we are not going to throw that steel away. It is money that we can use to create more jobs, to ensure that there is protection of environment in as far as disposal of the same is concerned. Allow me to stop there. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, it's good to know, it's impressive that you're first of all getting value from it, and you're establishing, being proactive in establishing buyback schemes. Okay, so Carla, what role do you think people of your generation can play in reducing how much e-waste you're producing? I had not prepared her for that question, so we know we'll get a very authentic response.
Hi guys. So I think that youth play a very big part in the world's future, as they are the future of the world. So I do think that through the clubs we have, through webinars we have, like we had one recently, an Eco Share webinar with Malaysian schools to spread awareness on how to handle e-waste, on how it impacts the world, because a lot of people don't know what e-waste is, as someone had said earlier. A lot of people don't know the impact it has on the environment, and they also don't know that it's the fastest growing waste stream in the world. And a lot of youth people are also the users of the e-cigarettes, which are one of the big contributors to e-waste. So I feel if we do spread awareness on how much it impacts and how the use of these electronic equipments can harm the future and harm the earth that will be ours once people older than us are gone, we'll be able to understand the true magnitude of the situation and just be able to know why we should take care of it, and that will drive us to manage the e-waste. And through talks like this, like our school being here, through spreading awareness even on online platforms, we can be able to manage the amount of e-waste being generated.
Awesome, thank you, Carla. I think it's evident that if we don't think about it, the young generation is thinking about it and they're coming up with the solutions. So thank you for being thoughtful and having the club and spreading awareness to the extent that you're doing. Okay, let's try and test if you can hear us, Susan. Please thumbs up if you can hear. I hope I'll see thumbs up. You can hear us, but you cannot. Can you speak? Say hi. It looks like this is not. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay. Unfortunately, it looks like we still cannot hear you, Susan. Or Adrian. Yes. Huh? She's on mute. Can you unmute, Susan? Unmute yourself. Say hello. Okay. And what about Adrian? Are you able to unmute? No, he can't. Okay, it looks like this. The tech demon has attacked us. If you've heard me speak before, I normally talk about it. It comes when you least want it to come. So.
policy, because that sends out a signal to the manufacturers to say, hey, you have to provide us with tear-down sheets. You have to provide us with equipment that has spare parts so we can help ourselves to increase the lifespan and the maintenance and can do it ourselves. I think those are the powerful things to do. And then what else have we done in South Africa is we have a waste picker integration guideline, which is really amazing. And through the SRI project that I was heading together with my colleagues Aisha and Paul, we were really pushing very hard to develop norms and standards to give people also in the informal sector a clear space for collaboration. So I think those are powerful interventions. But reducing e-waste, that's a different story, and we don't have policies that actually do that.
Thank you, Susan. I picked up, three things. Of course, you have the certain policies in place, but you feel there's still more work to be done, like having the right to repair. That's happening in Europe. I don't know if you realize some of the changes we are seeing, even with how our gadgets look. It's because there is that push that when you have an item, you should be able to repair it. Before, maybe you'd have something that you can't change the battery. If they were users of iPhones, you used to feel so unique because your charger was different, but now you...
Exactly. Remember that story when everyone had a different charger? And that was then changed in the European Union, and they made it a uniform USB-C charger. That's small stuff, but it created a massive effect in terms of not making so much e-waste. That's exactly.
I hope we are not missing something that she's saying.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. The standardization of critical items, and the charger cables were a point in case where in Europe, there was the laws that everyone has to use a USB-C cable. Sorry for you, Apple, but that actually managed to reduce e-waste very significantly. And I think design specifications should go much, much further. There should be more generalized design approaches, and the OEMs need to be forced.
Okay, Susan, I don't know if when we talk about design, why aren't we taking part in the design? Why aren't we throw it back to you and even to us and tell me what your thoughts are? Because sometimes I think if you're not taking part in the process, then that is why items are being manufactured outside and they get to us and we receive them as they are, right? So if we don't start moving towards thinking of manufacturing ourselves, maybe we'll always be stuck with certain design. I think we really need to start thinking through holding manufacturers responsible, not just outside Africa where it's happening in Europe, but also here, because it's the same product we're buying, but you find the rules apply differently.
That is exactly, and I'm living in South Africa, proudly in South Africa now, but I can see the very same brands doing things very differently in Europe, and they would use every single legal loophole they can find in Africa to not fulfill even minimum requirements. And that needs to stop, okay? And I mean, there are more and more people that actually discuss the need for a global EPR system to say, we need to standardize our approach to EPR and what we need out of those manufacturers. I think that would be the real game changer, yeah.
Thank you for those thoughts. And the one on access over ownership, that's something also I think we can all start to think about, whether we really need to each have the devices, 1,001 devices. Can we not be using shared resources rather than each of us wanting to have our own electronic item? Did we lose Adrian?
No, I'm here.
We've lost Adrian?
Can you hear me?
Oh, you're here.
Yes.
Good. I wasn't seeing you. I'm glad you're here because now you can give us the perspective from Europe, right? What best practices are you seeing that could be adapted to the African context? And how the changes, international frameworks and the Basel Convention can enhance local regulatory compliance? Let me know your thoughts.
The whole discussion has laid the ground for this follow-up question now. And I think, I was thinking about this question, and really, for me, what Europe's strength is really in its strong policy. For decades, it has developed a policy around e-waste management, and to start with the WE Directive, for instance, which is European on the European Union level directive, and this is typically a foundation for a harmonization, for a standardization of e-waste management across the whole European Union. But there's not only this, because this is very specific to the European Union, and myself, I live in Switzerland, which is not an EU country, actually. So there's more if you think of Europe best practices than just this EU standardization. But I think that the biggest example is really concretely the EPR. EPR scheme in Europe has shown to be working very well. The fact that producers are responsible for the collection, the treatment of WE has really forced the development of a whole ecosystem around a proper WE management in Europe, and this goes across the simple European Union. And I'm glad to hear that this was mentioned that 10 countries in Africa, or close to 10 countries now, have EPR enforced. This is really great, and I think, although this is more and more a growing discussion in Africa, still there are some countries which do not have EPR schemes, and the European model, in my opinion, can really serve as a guide for those countries to make sure that importers, distributors also co-finance collection networks, formal recycling in those countries. And you said maybe also production should increase in African countries, but it's not only about production, it's really about setting stricter rules, setting policies. This design question, design for repair, design for reuse, is not only about producing in the country, it's also about putting limits on what you accept to be imported in your country and putting strict rules. And another good example, which I think in Europe is now unfolding slowly, but I really believe in it, is DPP, so Digital Product Passport. I don't know if you're familiar with this. So all products would need to have a sort of digital passport where this will ease transparency across the value chains. You will know information also on the repair, on the reuse of those products. And I really believe that African countries can inspire also a similar system, especially by increasing digital tracking of electronics that are put on the market or imported. And for me, this will really turn or improve knowledge, and also knowledge on the statistics, on better monitoring of WE flows in Africa. And my last point is really that, most importantly in Europe, I think, or European success lies a lot on collaborative approaches between different stakeholders, governments, producers, recyclers, consumers have all been working together in the past decades to really build this ecosystem. And for Africa, this also means maybe more public-private partnerships, for instance. This can really be an excellent step towards implementation of best practices, and developing regional centers, raising awareness also can play a key role. And I will end with saying that, the STEP initiative, which I am now representing today, is a multi-stakeholder platform to exchange information, knowledge, experiences around WE management. And we really intend to, in the coming months, launch an African focus group also to really bring together the different stakeholders and help or facilitate this exchange in African countries. Yeah. And then,
Thank you.
To answer your second question about the Basel, it's a bit different, but of course it's sort of linked. I mean, the Basel Convention it has been key also in now monitoring the trade of waste around the world. And you asked specifically about some amendments. I mean, there's been a few amendments done since the Basel Convention was ratified or signed by countries. But I think there are two particular ones which are relevant for e-waste management. And one of it is the addition of all e-waste and its components to the list of e-waste that needs to go through this prior informed consent procedure. So this really now forces also this waste stream to be considered in trade. But then also the plastic waste amendment. Although, it's about plastic, e-waste contain a lot of plastics and actually are a problematic part of e-waste. So having all the plastics also requiring a PIC procedure for transparent removal is also now really a great move. But broader, I think such international frameworks are really important for monitoring illegal e-waste shipments. It sets some legally binding rules which apply for all countries, all parties the same way. And each nation in the world can then align their national legislation as well on this broader international framework. And this really promotes also harmonization. I mean, we talked about it, Suzanne mentioned it. This harmonization is really key. And such international frameworks can really drive this forward. So it's not just about imposing restrictions, but they also help to build stronger local frameworks and laws, national legislations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Adrian. So I think one of the biggest thoughts I've picked from what you've said, in Europe there is a WE directive, so it goes across Europe. And we have the African Union, right? Maybe we should also have a WE directive that across Africa, right? And that you're here. Different countries means we want this platform to start that kind of thinking. Do we need a WE directive that's across Africa? That I think would be a great start because we are seeing at least Europe is setting the standard in terms of best practice when it comes to e-waste management. Adrian also mentioned the product passports. I don't know how many of us have passports. A show of hands quickly. I have only 1 minute left. Okay. So when your passport shows each time you get to a country. So a product passport, let's say for a battery, would mean that it shows this battery has moved from Germany, has gone to China, maybe in a vehicle. Probably not how it goes, but I'll just say it like that. Move to China, and then each time it gets to another country, now the vehicle has come to Kenya, that battery has come in a vehicle to Kenya, it shows that now it is in Kenya. And maybe to the extent where we even know the minerals came from. So it was mined somewhere in Congo, it had nickel and whatever. It's traced from where it came to where it ends up. If it comes here and we dismantle that battery and do second life, it's being tracked to that extent. That's the next frontier when it comes to e-waste management, and that's what we are thinking about. In the afternoon, we'll be having workshops where we'll delve into these topics further because we don't have too much time. I'm being shown I have 27 seconds. So I'll give every panelist just a few seconds. We have time for questions?
10 minutes for questions.
We have 10 minutes for questions. Okay, excellent. Just in case there's anybody with questions, feel free to lift up your hand and then we can have the questions answered.
Okay, my name is Serena and I have a question for Valentine. Valentine from representing Safaricom. So you talked about how you want to give second life resuscitation to devices and give them new, upgrade people's devices easily. How do you plan to make people feel safe with transferring their data?
Okay, so she's asking if you're having items being reused, like your mobile phone, it has data. What's the plan with that data? How are you going to make sure that data is safe?
Yeah, so there are two approaches that we are currently considering. That when you're coming to give us that mobile phone because you no longer need it, we ask you to delete the data immediately before you hand over. Yeah? Secondly is where you're not able to delete, is whereby the contractor that you are working with will then carry out something that is called data destruction, and we have the right technology to do that. So there are two options. One is being done by the customer, where the customer does the erasing of the data that exists within the device. or whereby we then use the services of the consultant to do the data extraction. Yeah, I don't know whether that answers your question. Yeah.
Right, another question. Go ahead. At the very end. Natalie.
About the phone lending initiative, how will you ensure that these phones will not be damaged once lent out and turn into even more e-waste? Huh? Oh, how will you, with the phone lending initiative, how will you make sure that these phones which are lent out will not be damaged and turn into even more e-waste?
So if the customer would like us to destroy the phone and the customer doesn't want us to introduce again back to the market, there is a process altogether, yeah? So we have a robust process to ensure that that phone doesn't come back to the market. Say for example, what we are currently considering, the Kabambe. We want to ensure that no one is left behind as far as digital or smartphone is concerned. So we are driving an initiative called accelerating the 4G penetration. So we're asking whoever has a Kabambe. Kabambe, I don't know whether we understand what Kabambe is. The two-feature phone, the phone that doesn't have internet, yeah? So we are saying if you bring to us, we are buying, and what will happen is we will ensure that that mobile phone will not come back to the market. So we have a process and understanding with the consultant on board to ensure that once we receive, yeah, we have the data being entered, and the customer will then sign a consent form to say that you have authorized Safaricom to do the destruction of the mobile phone, and you have done the data, you have erased the data, and then in case of anything arising from, say for example, maybe the phone was not yours and you've given us, you're not going to hold Safaricom accountable. So there's that process. Then now we hand over that mobile phone to the consultant, and there are terms and conditions for the consultant to ensure that as they now take that mobile phone for destruction, they follow the due process, yeah? That is when you want that mobile phone to be destroyed. But when you want that mobile phone to be available for the next person, say for example, you want it to be refurbished, and then now that manufacturer of the technology operator is then able to introduce back to the market, there is a form that you sign, and there is a value. They'll do valuation, and there is a value that will be attached to it, and you will be paid either cash, or you are then asked to upgrade to the next phone. So then the person who has bought that phone will look at it, assess it, and see what are the needs for this particular phone. If it's still working, it's okay, they will then sell it. If it needs a few repairs here and there, they'll do that and they'll introduce. We are working with Calcare and Badili, and they are good in this space of refurbishment. Yeah.
All right, 3 final questions, 1 minute each. Go ahead, you have the microphone.
Good afternoon, my name is Emma from Bamburi. I just have a question for Catherine. How is the government what kind of incentives are they giving big manufacturers so that we can really embrace e-waste and take responsibility?
So we'll take all the questions together.
Okay, my name is Saida from ICT Authority. I truly like the idea of product passports. My question is, don't we feel like there's a need for digital registry, which will ensure that all imported electronics device is accounted for until its end of life? Maybe Adrian can let us know, if he's still in the panel discussion, whether something like that has been implemented in their country. It will empower licensed recyclers and discourage illegal dumping as well, so that at least we have a data of any import that comes in that is electronic and its end of life. We can have some sort of accountability.
Hello, my name is Matt Ngube from Zimbabwe.
My question is addressed to Adrian online to check whether do you have some frameworks that you have, especially for the collectors, in terms of compensation mechanism to say when the collectors are collecting e-waste, particularly from individuals, what percentage of the value should myself as a collector pay, or do you have such established frameworks already that are there in place? Because you find that the problem that you have, the e-waste is there, and we all know it's a problem, but you find that individuals, they will be willing, they will be unwilling to let go of their e-waste and would want to hold on even if it doesn't give value to them. But if there is a certain framework or guide, at least they might be willing to let go somehow.
Hi, it's Malcolm Whitehouse from JRPC Metals again, and this is more of an observation and a comment rather than a question. If we look at the global e-waste monitor stats, about 2 million tons a year of e-waste is placed on market annually in the continent. And 0.04% is being recycled. So we're missing the elephant in the room here. I think we need to shift our focus to actually dealing with the problem that's already in existence, and do more awareness creation and education, and develop norms and standards through the EPR regulations that are in place or being formulated in a harmonized approach throughout the continent, so that we can enable the informal sector to start collecting and bringing the e-waste in. Because as much as we're talking about passports and all these track and trace things of e-waste that's still to come, what about the e-waste that is already here? And if we can take that and turn that into resources using our locally developed technology solutions and what we've learned collaboratively in this room amongst all of our colleagues and our esteemed colleagues here, let's leverage off that knowledge base and experience and expand that so we can address the collection and treatment of the existing waste, and in the meantime do that in parallel with all these other things, because sometimes we focus on what is to come and we're missing what's actually sitting here and drowning us already. And a perfect example, my colleague Mark Williams from eWaste Africa alluded to earlier this morning, that we need to start with banning e-waste to landfill sites. That should be the first step, because that's already giving an incentive to people to now start managing it. But you also need to manage the actual education and awareness creation of that, and then you can start using the EPR regulations, etc., so that can add to the momentum of actually bringing the e-waste in, converting it into value, and that value can generate the development of the system.
All right, thank you so much. I think I am really happy with the discussions that are going on. I wanted to know from the innovators in the rooms, the private sector, those who are already in this space. I want to know how you ensure that when we are doing this recycling, we are not exposing those who are handling these gadgets to the toxic chemicals that are present in them, because we know the substances that are there include lead, mercury, cadmium, and so on and so forth. So how do we ensure that we do it in a safe manner? Secondly is on the final recycled product. How do we ensure that it is standardized? I mean, it meets the standard of being reused again. Is there a way the KEBS are working on certification of these recycled products? And finally, I know there's someone who talked about a registry where we need to really have a baseline and information to say in Kenya we have this amount of e-waste for us to recycle. I think there's need to have that data. we need to do a survey so that we know what amounts we are talking about. And yesterday, while we were with the team from the National Treasury, we were trying to look at these refrigeration and air conditioning products that we have. The air conditioners that are here in this room, you know, they have toxic chemicals, the HFCs that are there. So we are trying to like remove them or reduce them. But so if we don't have the data of what we have, then we may not know exactly how far we are going. Thank you.
7 minutes for the responses and closing remarks. Back to you, Catherine.
Okay, I'm not sure we can cover all the questions comprehensively now, but we will have a workshop in the afternoon with the same topic where now we can go deeper into it. Now, I'll address the ones that I can. Someone asked me about government incentives. I do not want to speak for government because I'm not in government, but I do know that the main job of government is to create the environment which allows that the e-waste is being managed safely. And I think our government has done a good job doing that. So we have the extended producer responsibility, and I think it partly answers the question from the gentleman, I forget your name, where if I can just briefly explain, it means that if you're a producer or you're an importer or distributor of any item, you are responsible for managing its end of life, okay? So that means if you bring an item, you want to make sure that there is a component that you're setting aside as a producer, importer, or a manufacturer for the recycling of that item, the refurbishing, like circularity, yeah? So it holds you responsible. What that means when EPR is applied, extended producer responsibility, which we normally shorten and say EPR, is applied correctly, it means that if you buy a gadget, you can take it to somewhere, which is a collection center, and you're given a small amount of money for it. Yeah, that's how it should ideally work. And that is why we are saying when we have countries in Africa, maybe was it 10 or 11 now, which have EPR schemes, it's a good direction to go. And was it Adrian? I'm not sure if it was Adrian or Suzanne. I think it was Adrian who mentioned having maybe a global EPR so that everyone, it's harmonized. So each country has its own EPR standard. It's not necessarily harmonized, but if we can harmonize that across Africa, then it means then e-waste is being managed better. And if governments can work together, so the AU, that's where it would come in, because there's no way one government can push everyone else. But if we do it as the AU and we have one EPR standard, it might be better for everybody. So deeper discussions, there is ICT authority here, the Ministry of Environment well represented here by Dr. Seli. We have the Communications Authority. All of them have different initiatives that they're working out that should ideally incentivize it. But if you notice, manufacturers are doing it because there's regulation in place that makes them have to do it. We do need regulations in place and they have it in place. Now they need to be implemented. So that's the question on that. On the there's someone who asked about I forget. I think it was it spoke to the fact that we do need recyclers who, when you dispose an item, they're going to use the software that is necessary to make sure your data is not there. So there is data wiping software for the lady who asked that will wipe all the data clean from that device, and that's part of what We Center does. Yeah. So if you dispose an item at any of the We Center collection bins, then you can be sure if it has data on it, it's going to be cleaned, it's going to be wiped, your data is not going to be out there. And that is the purpose or the work of a recycler within the whole system. There's different actors, but that's the work of recyclers, and We Center has been doing that well. And then to address Malcolm's comment, yes, I do think that before we even start thinking of battery passports, because we really are, we should be already dealing with the e-waste that is there and creating awareness on it, and to see how people can know what to do with their e-waste. And as a continent, that is why we are having these discussions. How can we start thinking through how to create that awareness? How can we start thinking through harmonization of policies? And Dr. Seli, to your question on training, how we are making sure that those who are collecting e-waste are not being harmed. there's different organizations that work towards training and awareness creation. We Center has been at the forefront of doing this, where we are teaching informal actors what to do, how to handle their e-waste, what protective gear they need for handling electronic waste, because it is dangerous. And if you go into where it's happening in Kenya, you'll find some of them it's being cracked, broken, and it has lead in it. And so we teach them how to handle it, where to take it, what safety equipment to wear, and there's many more actors who are doing that, and in collaboration with government. And I know even there's infrastructure being set up and awareness that's being done by the ICT authority and NEMA doing that too. So there's a lot of work that's going on into it. I will now stop because I think I have less than a minute, and now to let each panelist maybe give your closing as then we head to more discussions in the workshop. Please make sure to join the workshop if this is a topic that is of interest to you. I will have all the panelists there plus additional presentations on this particular topic. So over to you. I'll start with the ones online because maybe they have disappeared. Maybe Adrian, you can go first with your closing remarks. You're still
Susan,
here.
go ahead.
Okay, I had a burning issue, so I'll make it quick. E-waste is a global issue. We need to make sure that we develop in Africa to push back, that we are not actually at the receiving end of a global problem. I like the idea of the African Union. Also, let's work together and not reinvent the wheel. With the SHREE program, we develop norms and standards. We're going to expand them now also to reduce. I'm currently writing alternative business opportunities for the informal sector, where we're looking at, with PRO funds, even enable certain contamination. There is so much we can learn from each other. I really appeal to everyone, before you even get started applying your mind, speak to us as well in SHREE and future program. We are happy to share whatever we do here in South Africa with the rest of Africa. We really want to do it for all of us together, for our brothers and sisters, so that we can solve the e-waste challenge together in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Adrian?
Yes, thank you. From my side, I quickly, I know we're probably running out of time, but I just want to answer to just two questions which were asked. One was about the digital product passport, about this EEE registry, and indeed, Europe has a registry which collects all data on WEEE. This is actually in the frame of the WEEE directive. So all countries are required to collect data on how much EEE is put on the market, how much WEEE is produced, etc. So I think definitely there is a registry, and I agree this is a very important point. Second question was about the framework to collect e-waste. Indeed, in Europe, what we have is that when you buy an electronic on the market, in the supermarket or something, you actually pay a small fee, which is integrated in the price of the electronic product. And that means that when you bring it back to the supermarket when it's broken at the end of life of the electronic, they have, by law, it's mandatory, they have to take it back. So there is no exchange, or there is no monetary incentive in the sense that you would sell your electronic to the shops, right? So it's really integrated in the sale price. So quick answer. I could definitely expand, but I'm going to give my last word. I wanted to also mention, I talked a lot about how Europe, maybe can be an example for some African countries, but I would also like to say that actually Europe can really learn from African examples. And I think the biggest is definitely the whole repair, reuse economy, which is really well developed in Africa, mostly because you have a big informal sector which relies a lot on this economy. And I think in Europe we should definitely take example on this and develop more repair economy and reuse economy. And I think for African countries it's important that there's a huge potential in promoting this by notably bringing certifications to the informal workers, for instance, and making sort of formalizing this whole process of repair and reuse. And I really invite you to stay connected with the STEP initiative, which is trying to develop its now network in Africa as well, and to tackle, let's say, local problems and find solutions which are really local, locally implementable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for answering that question too. Over to you, Valentine.
Yeah, so it's all about opportunities. Now that we are existing with this problem, it is here with us, and therefore it's important that we understand what are the opportunities that are presented by e-waste. We've been told that Kenya is leading, Ethiopia is also leading. So it's important that we all co-create, we collaborate, understand what each and every of the stakeholders in the ecosystem can play. We need the support from policymakers, we need support from customers, we need support from private sector, we need support from recyclers. If all of us can work together, I think we can have a different story, and we can have a good story when we meet next year, whereby we can say, as Kenya, as Africa, we are leading in terms of providing solutions to e-waste management. Thank you.
I think that, okay, from the Global E-Waste Monitor report, it showed that more than half of Africa's electrical equipment being put on market ends up as e-waste. But I think that this event and the amount of people who have gathered here to try and solve this problem shows that Africa is capable of tackling this problem and of reducing the amount of e-waste, and we're able to, as products are being generated with the WEE and other companies being made, we'll be able to reduce the amount of e-waste out in Africa and help it continue being green, and as the African Union said, the tree of life. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you to my awesome panelists. Those online, thank you for being patient, and those in person for keeping me company. Let's follow on with these discussions later in the afternoon. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. All right, just before you take your seat. Okay, so as you take the photo there, thank you so much for those joining us virtually as well. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you so much. So that's the dance song. So, Catherine, Carla, please help us in dancing that. Everybody, let's just be upstanding. Everybody, look at Catherine. Come on, everybody. Hey. A big round of applause for them. Thank you so much indeed. Many thanks. Well done, well done. Well done, Carla. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All the panelists, we celebrate you. Many thanks indeed. For the next 30 minutes, because of time, and remember, we'll be having the workshop, so more details will be given later on. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, our final engagement before lunch. We're looking at impact of technology on e-waste, how advancements in electronics impact e-waste management strategies, and we have a presentation from Premier Academy. Give it up for Anna Wazir. Wow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And dear panelists, please be ready. From South Africa, we have Aisha Lota. From Germany, Stefan de Linde, Kelvin Wanjau, Lynette Ringera, Winnie Jumba, Kinya Kimathi, Meringechu, and of course, Alexis And that panel will be moderated by Joyce Ruto. Over to you, Ana Wazir. So the panelists, please be on standby. We'll have 30 minutes for that. 50 minutes past 12 p.m. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Wazir, all the best. Over to you.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Ahana Wazir. I'm from Premier Academy, and today I will be talking to you all about the impact of technology on e-waste, or like more specifically, AI's negative impact on the environment versus its positive impact on the management of e-waste. So to begin, what is e-waste? E-waste is, by definition, discarded electronic or electrical devices that are no longer functional, such as old computers, mobile phones, and appliances. E-waste becomes a problem when the number of not functioning devices start to pile up and be disposed of in traditional means. Traditional means here meaning dumping in landfills, burning, and throwing in bodies of water. Traditional disposal of electronic devices causes the ruin of soil, water, and air integrity at a level higher than normal and necessary. This happens because when the electronics are dumped in landfills or burnt, the chemicals and minerals within them that are used to help it function seep through the device and into these bodies of water or soil and air respectively. The introduction of AI and use of robotics for The introduction of AI and use of robotics during these e-waste management is a really big step towards e-waste management as a whole. However, we can't ignore its cost to the environment. Okay, so let's begin with degradation. What is AI? Artificial intelligence is a sort of program that was manufactured to mimic human intelligence. However, it's not just a program. It requires a remote hardware system, which is hardware nonetheless. So although it's running on your computer, these remote hardwares are stored in these buildings called data centers. Data centers are entire buildings or floors within buildings full of hardware components like CPUs. And because they run such complex programs, they rack up a lot of heat and energy usage. So they use a lot of energy, and once they use this energy, it emits a lot of heat. And as we know, it is a problem because it adds to the general heat in the environment. And the energy needs to be harnessed in some manner, and that usually leads to pollution of some sort. Also, the data centers dispose of a lot of electronic devices, and when they dispose of the devices, new devices need to be bought. And for new devices to be bought, new devices need to be made, and then to make them, you need to mine new materials, so on and so forth. So it's just kind of a cycle of negation where we just end up at a loss at the environmental end. The water, it has a bunch of real-life consequences. The generation of heat and occupation of water and energy adds up over time and makes areas susceptible to wildfires and drought. More energy use and harnessing leads to more pollution, and to conclude, the use of AI in excess may not be contributing to the amount of physical e-waste, but it is a technology that is harming the environment nonetheless. That being said, we cannot discredit what a groundbreaking invention AI is. It's innovative and efficient, and here's how it helps our e-waste predicament. When correctly disposing of e-waste, the devices are separated into different categories after dismantling: recyclable, reinventable, and repairable. Because some stages are done by hand, it is time-consuming and requires a labor force. This uses up time and money. With the introduction of artificial intelligence and AI-powered robotics, the entire process is sped up, and the overtime cost and efficiency is at an all-time high. It uses a field of AI that enables computers to interpret and understand visual information like images and videos, called computer vision, to speed up the whole process. And additionally, AI supports the circular economy by identifying reusable components and providing data to inform better policy. So as we discussed, circular economy, it's basically when It's an economic system based on reuse and regeneration of materials or products, especially as a means of continuing production in a sustainable or environmentally friendly way. So at the WEEE, when they break down these devices and harvest the gold and cadmium and lead, the metals that are used within the phone, and put it back into the economy, that's a way we help the circular economy through proper disposal of e-waste, sorry. So just to finish up my presentation here, what is the consensus? We know that AI is really good in terms of in fields like e-waste, but we also know that it has an environmental cost. So what's the end result? When AI is employed by large corporations to increase efficiency and reduce the probability of injury or consequence by human error, it is being put to good use. However, when AI channels like ChatGPT are used by the average human to complete tasks and solve conflicts that people can and should do by themselves, it is a misuse of an excellent technology. We should not avoid the use of AI in fields like the management of e-waste, as it's a great help and an extraordinary invention. However, its efficiency does not cancel out its environmental consequence, which is why we should do our part not to contribute to the problem when we can. With great power comes great responsibility, and people need to stop using AI when it's not required because of its harm to the planet we need so desperately to save.
Give it up for Wazir once again. Thank you so much for the presentation. We're ready now. Impact of technology on e-waste, our advancements in electronics. Impact. Ready? 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Once you are ready to start, the clock will start ticking. Joyce Ruto, over to you. All the panelists are ready. Thank you so much. Impact of technology on e-waste. How advancements in electronics impact e-waste management strategies. Once you're ready, Joyce Ruto, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Or is it afternoon? Good afternoon. Brilliant. So, I just want to, before they bring my seat, I just wanted to say that these young minds are not too young to understand, but they're now ready to lead. You can actually see the conversation that is happening here, and you can really appreciate that when we include young people in such conversation, we learn a lot. And as a former Gen Z, my parting shot, my encouragement to the young people is that, yeah, keep on speaking up. And our panel today is about technology, and I'm seeing the seat is not coming, so I'll bring it. Okay. We have a great panel here. Panel 2, everybody is in person. Panel 1, you are online. So I think we are trying to conserve the environment when others are not coming, through air. So I think we are still on conserving the environment as we center. My first question would go to Aisha from South Africa, and would really like to know How can legal frameworks in South Africa integrate digital tools to manage e-waste efficiently? So Aisha, online. Oh, we can move to Winnie, because you are just right next to me. I think today our online demons are really awake. And as we look at the corporate integration of technology, and right now we are talking about a lot of technology within our corporate sector, what role can corporate technology and AI play in reducing e-waste footprints across the region? Welcome, Winnie.
Thank you. I feel victimized, but thank you again for having me at this session. The speaker and Premier Academy, I think, have done 80% of my presentation, so thank you so much. So from a technological perspective, when we look at corporates and we look at AI, the first thing we need to do is also take a digital stock of what you currently have. You can't know where you're going without measuring what's currently there. And most people and most organizations and within our homes, you're saying that you want to be green and you want to have less e-waste, but you don't know exactly what you currently have, whether it includes also doing, tracking your carbon emissions and all of that. So the first thing is, when you take advantage of tools such as AI and asset management, right? Rather than going and having different people. So such technologies come in and say, okay, fine, this is how much I have. And it's not just about the repairability or when do we need this product. It's about tracking the health of the current systems that you currently have. So it tells you where to deploy, repair, and where to retire responsibly. The second thing I would say is reverse circular channels. So we're talking about the supply chain, and we've talked a lot about buybacks, and bringing back things into the value chain. But we need to look at logistics to know when the devices go back into the supply chain after you've used them, after their usable life. At what point do these products then get routed back to the suppliers or to the right partner? It's one thing to say that we can all do recycled products, but it's another thing to know, do you have this right skills, right? Are the people actually covered? Do they have the right technology? AI nowadays, where you can actually use robotics rather than putting our teams in this way, you can actually now empower them towards data management of that recycling, right? The last bit I would say is about predictive maintenance of reactive dumping. So using IoT, we talked about Internet of Things and smart monitoring. We've talked about blockchain to check the source and the flow of products. So AI, I would say, it's not just about the leveraging and using of the tech. It's about managing the whole process from the beginning to the end, but doing it in a smart way. We have cloud-based. Can have cloud-based EPR, right? Where all the technology companies being led by policymakers and governments, you can actually go in and then say, okay, fine, this is where I'm going to track and make sure that the products have come to end of life or the products are being used. This is how we make sure that these things are being tracked from that perspective. I want to give my colleagues a chance so that I don't take too much time, but yeah.
Thanks, Winnie. And when you talk about collaboration between government and private sector, really gets me to think how the government and the private sector need to really collaborate on this matter. And for that, I want to ask Lynette, how can digital platform enhance cross-sector collaboration for e-waste monitoring? How can we do that?
Thank you and good afternoon. Now, when it comes to the cross-sector collaborations, the public and the private, now the first question I'm going to ask, how many people are currently using any digital platform currently, right now? By a show of hands, are you currently using any digital platform currently? Now, if your ad is down, then I'm afraid. Currently, we have people who are online. That's one of them. I'm sure you used M-Pesa. I'm sure there's something else that you're currently using. Now, when it comes to the digital platforms, it enhances the interactions, far-wide, globally, locally, and also it supports innovations, and then it improves the service delivery and the citizens' engagement. Now, for the public sector, especially the government, we are very key when it comes to the service delivery to the citizens and to the public at large. But the question is, now when we do the cross-sector collaborations using the digital platforms, how do we ensure that it's good? Now, the first thing that we are going to have the centralized data sharing and transparency. How many people know what each one of you is doing? For instance, if I was to ask you, I come from ICT Authority. I would want at least 2 people to tell me, what does ICT Authority do in support of the e-waste management? Okay, the person you're sitting close to, what are they doing in their country? Do you know? No, that's why we are saying if we get the digital platforms, it will be great if we now can share the data. What are you doing? So that it's not that whatever I'm doing it by myself, by the organization, by the government, then the traceability and the accountability. All the devices that we have, can the suppliers, can the people selling them, can we trace that device from the point of the manufacturer all the way to the, up to who is using the device? Then, the cross-sector coordination. What is it that you're doing that someone else doesn't know about it? Can we coordinate together? Then the monitoring, the reporting, and the compliance. Are you complying to the policies, to the laws of the country, to the global standards? Then are you creating the awareness and the capacity building? Now, I like when someone said, at times we leave it out to the users, to the people who are also collecting the devices. We have not educated them enough. We also need to educate them enough to ensure that they have the skills, they're empowered. Then the benchmarking. Now, different countries are present here. If we are to have one common digital platform, and we bring on board and ensure that everyone knows what is it that you are currently doing, what is everyone else in the room currently doing, so that if I'm doing something small, can we also make it bigger by ensuring that we collaborate? So by lunchtime, make sure that the person sitting next to you, ask them, what is it that you are doing when it comes to the e-waste management and the circular economy? Thank you.
It's really exciting to hear a lot of collaboration and cross-sector collaboration between government and private sector. And my question goes to Alexis, GBV. Which emerging technologies offer the most promise in reducing e-waste?
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français et mon collègue va me traduire en anglais.
Well, he's going to speak in English, in French, and I'm going to translate in English. Thank you.
Merci. Alors, je vais répondre à la question qui porte sur quelles sont les technologies qui favorisent ou qui peuvent être une solution sur les déchets.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to the question that what are the technology which can have a good impact on e-waste?
Mais avant peut-être de réfléchir juste sur les déchets électroniques, je vais un peu parler sur les déchets de manière générale.
I would like to talk about e-waste in general.
L'exemple est simple de technologies qui sont des solutions. Nous sommes entrés tous dans la salle ici.
The truth is that technology is improving, and all of us we enter into this room.
Nous avons retrouvé devant nous, il y a des lots qui sont servis dans des verres ou des emballages qu'on peut réutiliser.
And when we get into the room, we found in front of us bottles which are in which can be reused once again. They didn't use plastic bottles.
Ça, c'est un premier point. Un deuxième point, nous avons reçu tous peut-être le badge.
And all of us, we receive something on us, something like this, okay?
Et pour moi, j'ai regardé le badge, c'est un papier.
And when you see the badge is just a paper, it's not a plastic.
Ce qui est déjà de petits gestes qui n'ont pas besoin de beaucoup de technologies pour apporter la solution sur la gestion des déchets.
And these are just small gestes which have got a big impact on e-waste management.
Ça n'a pas besoin de beaucoup de technologies.
It doesn't need any big technology.
Mais ça apporte quand même une solution sur la gestion des déchets et sur l'environnement.
But provide a big solution to the e-waste management.
Donc, la technologie qui apporte une solution sur la gestion de l'environnement, c'est d'abord, je considère, c'est dans le mental.
The technology which brings issues to the e-waste management, it means it starts first of all by the mindset.
Dans le mental, ça veut dire, loin de tout ce que nous pouvons penser, commençons d'abord à poser de petits gestes qui sauvent. De petits gestes qu'on appelle des gestes éco-responsables.
What we have to do is just to do something small which matters. And what we call in general small gestures, responsible small gestures.
Et déjà pour moi, je considère comme la première technologie, c'est l'éco-conception.
And something which is very important is starting by the conception, which must be an environment conception.
C'est une technologie qui nous permet de mettre en place les équipements qui peuvent recevoir des solutions faciles.
And is the technology which can give us devices which can be easy to handle.
Ce sont des solutions faciles pour les recyclages.
Which can provide us devices which can be very easy for recycling.
Ce sont aussi des solutions faciles si la biodégradation ou si la dégradation naturelle des déchets.
And which can also give solution to the degradation of the e-waste.
La deuxième solution, je considère comme la réflexion économie circulaire.
And the other one is just the idea of recycling economy.
Cela a été développé par ceux qui nous ont précédés.
And that has been developed by people who came just before us.
L'économie circulaire, c'est une approche ou une technologie que je considère comme levier de la solution sur les déchets d'équipements électroniques.
The recycling economy is just a technology which really have a very good impact on the e-waste.
Parce que nous avons toujours besoin des équipements.
Why? Because we always need equipment or devices.
Mais quand nous avons besoin des équipements, après usage, les équipements ont toujours une durée de vie. Mais comment suivre la durée de vie de ces équipements? Comment réglementer la durée de vie de ces équipements? Et comment réfléchir sur le prolongement de cette durée de vie?
And the idea, the technology now should think about three aspects. First of all, how can it enlarge the lifetime of the devices so that they may not produce just devices which can be used today and tomorrow they are not again, they are just useless. It means just think how we can make technology which can enlarge the lifetime of devices and other things.
Voilà. La deuxième des choses, c'est que c'est dans l'économie circulaire où nous réfléchissons sur la réparation des équipements. Aujourd'hui, nous avons un problème sérieux, c'est que j'ai l'équipement, il tombe en panne, je n'ai pas la possibilité de les recycler ou de les réparer, je jette, je cherche à avoir un nouvel appareil.
And we wish to have technologies which can help us to repair materials when they are not again, when they are broke down. And if we can just put such a technology in from the production, it will be helping when some materials are broken down, they can be repaired and they can be again used once more, and that will be very good technology.
Au-delà de ça, si peut-être l'appareil peut être en fin de vie, on réfléchit sur sa possibilité d'être recyclé.
And if, for example, the device is just at the end of its life, and the technology should provide the possibility of being again recycling, and that will be very good.
L'économie circulaire n'est pas seulement une solution sur la gestion des déchets, mais c'est aussi une solution pour la protection de l'environnement.
The cycling economy is not only doesn't have only good impact on waste management, but it also have a positive impact on the environment protection.
La deuxième petite solution, c'est la conception. J'ai déjà parlé de la conception, de l'éco-conception, j'ai déjà parlé de l'économie circulaire, mais peut-être je vais ajouter sur la responsabilité élargie du producteur.
And maybe ending, I would like to talk about the responsibility of producers.
Alors, sur la responsabilité élargie du producteur, je vais évoquer peut-être 3 points.
I'd like just talk about 2 points about this, their responsibilities.
Le problème que nous avons, c'est que les fabricants aussi ne sont pas sérieux dans les informations qu'ils mettent ou sur les étiquettes qu'ils mettent sur leurs équipements.
And producers of equipment, they are also not serious on the indicators they put on their equipment. They lie sometimes.
Ils peuvent indiquer que l'équipement est recyclable, mais en réalité, l'équipement ne peut pas être recyclé.
They can write that this equipment can be recyclable, but truly is not possible to make the recycling.
Yeah.
Ils mentent aussi sur des informations des contenants des équipements.
And sometimes they don't give us details about the content of those equipment.
Il y a certains équipements qui contiennent des éléments toxiques.
There are some equipment which have got toxic content.
Mais les fabricants cachent cette information-là pour que son produit soit vendu sur le marché.
And unfortunately, people who produce those equipment hide the information of toxin things that they put in equipment.
La responsabilité élargie du producteur revient aussi à ce sens que il y a certains équipements déjà comme ici chez nous en Afrique, les solutions sont limitées, mais il revient aux fabricants de disposer des points de collecte.
And for example, for the responsibility of producers, normally sometimes here in Africa I've got a challenge. And bringing products, device, for example, in Europe or Asia is sometimes complicated. It should be better for them when they produce those devices to put also collecting points in Africa whereby you can easily bring those devices and they can take them from Africa and bring themselves them in their different countries.
That is actually very true, because when you look at the EPR regulation that has been even spoken to here in Kenya, we are trying to make sure that producers take responsibility of end of life of everything that they put out in the market. And I think most of the time when we are trying to also involve young people, and last year we did training for 600 youth, that is both women and also persons with disability, to get into the e-waste sector value chain. The informal sector plays a big role, and micro entrepreneurs, SMEs, who are in the circular economy businesses, really have a role to play in this. And my question goes to Mary. How can SMEs adapt affordable technology solutions to scale sustainable e-waste management?
So thank you very much. And we have talked a lot about technology, and we have talked about electronic waste. But I want us to think at waste, not just electronic waste, but all the waste as a resource. And this is why we say takataka ni mali. For those in the room, takataka ni mali is a Swahili word that says waste is wealth, waste is a resource. Because unless we change our mindset in how it is that we see what we are calling waste, we still be treating it all as waste. We earlier heard that the backbone of waste collection, including the electronic waste, is heavily done by the informal sector. And the informal sector are collecting waste, giving it out for free or selling it for a shilling or two so that they can be able to get money or something on their table. We, however, need to be very deliberate in how it is that we support them, to integrate them in that recycling value chain. Electronic waste all across waste, all that. And I believe affordable technology solutions are the key. We have talked about traceability, and the traceability, we are talking about digital systems. And this digital system, these SMEs or the micro enterprises may not be able to develop them. What we have done as Takataka ni Mali is to develop a digital platform we call Ekomali, and we are selling it as a service so that all the micro or the SMEs can be able to use and they can be traceable. Why it is important is when they are traceable, they are feasible, we can see the micro effort of what they have been able to recover, and we can be able to buy from them. We have developed a marketplace so the buyers can be able to see these informal fragmented waste collectors or waste pickers. What do they have and how can they be able to buy from them? We also believe that creating shared resources would be helpful for the micro and the SMEs. Imagine creating a shared facility of collection where you're dismantling the recoverables, and everybody can come with their small component and they can be able to dismantle. Creating leasing models. And today I heard Valentine talking about Safaricom looking into how it is that they can lease phones. So there are so many other things that we can be able to facilitate the micro and the SMEs through a leasing model. The people who are having the electronic tuk-tuks or e-bikes that can be used as the last mile logistics, instead of looking on how it is that you need to sell to the micro and to the SMEs, we can be able to create leasing models and they can be able to have access to that. Community recycling hubs, I've talked about that. And we're also talking about IoT that could be able to help us in getting actual data. We need to look into how can we be able to introduce low-cost sensors. I was somewhere in Japan, and I was looking at the circular economy in Japan, and I actually said we are complicating things in Africa. We are making things look so complex in a way that we think they are so far-fetched we cannot be able to actualize them. In Japan, we don't have bins outside, but everybody knows that waste is their responsibility and they are doing the right things. How can we be able to simplify the technology that we are bringing into Africa, and even first from the perception that we are creating with the community? We need to create enabling ecosystem that can be able to help us to scale. We've talked about the extended producer responsibility. How can we use the money that we are collecting through the producer responsibility organizations to incentivize that ecosystem of the collection and use the data that we are getting from that ecosystem for compliance for the companies or the organizations that we are representing. Collaboration between the tech innovators and the recyclers and the corporates. We need to bring in a lot of collaboration. Innovation in how we are financing the ecosystem. And I'm happy we have a lot of digital lending in this country. how can we use the digital lending systems to be able to facilitate and grow the SMEs that we have. In conclusion, I'll say that technology does not have to be expensive to be transformative. When we digitize the waste flow, build shared hubs, and empower SMEs with data, we turn e-waste from toxic hazardous into a wealth creation opportunity, driving jobs, inclusion, and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you for that outlook, because when you look at the digital hubs, the platforms where we can be able to trace e-waste or even waste in general, the traceability of itself, data is key. And that's why I wanted to ask Kenya, how can data from testing and recycling facilities be integrated to optimize policy and compliance?
It's a fantastic question. I think quite a number of my panelists have already answered this question one way or the other. There is a lot of information that has been shared here. I was just trying to note down, there was a lot of talk on collaboration. So the reality on the ground is testing facilities, recyclers, and regulators all operate in silos. And that's the biggest challenge here. So from the testing facility perspective, there's a lot of information that we collect on product performance. We do third-party verification on product safety, product performance, and product functionality. And this information is available. We also do a lot of tests around repairability. What is the documentation that is offered by the manufacturers to the end user? What are the skills that and training that they offer as well? And also quite importantly, how do they go about information around spare parts? And again, one of the biggest challenges we usually have when we're doing testing is access to documentation. And if you think about it, without documentation, documentation is such a core part of how repairable a product is, because without this information, you're not really able to do much. You have issues of documentation being made available in completely different languages. We don't have a lot of innovation around how documentation is presented. And lastly, we also test to check if products are up to standard, right? So all this information is available, and it's upstream information on product design. And then we have the recyclers who have a lot of information and data that they collect once the products have already been disposed. But we don't really collaborate with one another, meaning that the regulators don't also have access to all this information, which would help them make more evidence-based decisions when it comes to regulations and policy. And currently what we're doing is we're very reactive in terms of how policies are being made. We're reacting to the issue of e-waste, and what we're supposed to do is have a holistic approach, right, where we are assessing what data is available from when the product is manufactured, when it's introduced into the market, how end users are educated on the products that they have. Because we've also seen a lot of presentations, there's been discussions around users, right, see value in their products. They don't want to throw their products away, but how do you educate them on how they can see the value in their products? And then lastly, how do recyclers also put this information on disposed product out there, right? And then of course, the public sector, policymakers, how do you collect all this?
Thank you so much for that. I know Mokazi will penalize me for this, but I have two more people to speak. There's one online from South Africa. And also we have...
How many minutes do you need? 5 minutes? All right.
If Aisha is online, Aisha, Please confirm that you can hear us. Or I can move to Ayana. And it's really like the first time, let me say a story. The first time that I met Ayana at Premier Academy, I saw how organized Eco One program members are. And I think they're so passionate, and I want to commend you for that. My question to you would be, as a young person, 10 years from now, in terms of technology, how do you see us? I think the online team is on now. So as a young person, 10 years from now, paint that picture. How do you see how e-waste management will be handled? I've taken you to the future.
In an ideal situation, e-waste management would be at an all-time high. Like, in an ideal situation, we would have people with e-waste bins in their homes, places where they can dispose of, their e-waste responsibly and easily. And also, I would hope that there would be a lot more regulation when it comes to the use of AI, because again, like as I had said, it's a very powerful tool. However, it does have its environmental repercussions. So I would hope that 10 years from now, e-waste management would be super efficient, super easy, accessible to everybody, and that the management of it
Africa, you have a lot of skill and experience that can be implemented without AI as well, and without, technology, mechanical technology such as shredders, is to say, how can we build on the strengths and the skills that Africa already has, and rather make sure that we use platforms and technology to hold producers accountable, hold people, importers and organizations putting products on the market accountable, but also holding, recyclers and collectors accountable, and making sure that they do report accurately and that it's not too much overhead for them. They're under a lot of cost pressure, and e-waste is a valuable resource, but it's not so valuable in a way that it's, automatically a massive income stream. So you definitely have to be very careful with your costs. So making documentation simple and easy and frugal, that's where technology, I think, really shines, is in a way that you can get people that want to get started with technology and in e-waste management, making it as easy as possible for them to get started. And that's, I think, where a lot of work can be done. And it's already happening. So please keep in mind that Minimize and WeCenter and EnviroServe in Kenya, but other countries as well, are really active.
Thank you so much, Stefan, for that. For me, is like one sentence only. My parting shot is from your parting shot. So one sentence.
Okay. So Winnie Jumba from Oracle. My parting shot is that the multipliers are data, renewable energy sources, scalable infrastructure, and policy. All those need to work towards shared accountability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nathan Bakalanya, you're talking about. Okay, thank you. I mean, he's just putting on the best use of what we have, and try to make sure that the technology that you are using merge with the 3RR. Thank you.
So we have said that electronic waste is growing fast, creating a lot of challenges. But I also want to say that it is also creating a lot of opportunities. It is how we look at it. It is how we shift our mind in how we consume the decisions that we make, and how it is that we are responsible together with what we are looking, or what we are calling, our electronic waste.
My name is Ahana Wazir from Premier Academy, and I think that sustainability is a choice, and I hope that we can all make that sustainable choice.
Good afternoon, I'm Renee Tringera from ICT Authority. Now let's collaborate, let's ensure that we make proper use of the e-waste and be safe at all times. Thank you.
My parting shot is, we might feel like there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done, and there is, but the work has already begun, and that should also be celebrated.
Thank you. Appreciation for the moderator and the panel. Oh, wow, I love that energy. Well done. And the panelists, thank you so much. So we'll take this particular photo, and please don't leave the stage, because immediately to that we have some gifts of appreciation. Let's have the gifts of appreciation for all the speakers and panelists. Let's have the gifts, please. And just to let you know, after lunch, make sure at exactly 2:30 p.m., we will start the breakout sessions. The breakout sessions happening as you keep left, as you exit, keep left. We'll have 2 rooms. Workshop number 1, based on the first panel discussion we had, and workshop 2, based on panel 2. So that will be happening immediately at 2:30. But in the meantime, we want a final photo session with all the speakers and the panelists. So if you spoke to us and you were part of the panel, please come forward. This is your moment. Dr. Selly, this is your moment. So I'd kindly request all the speakers and the panelists, please come forward. We have gifts for you. Wazir will still need you here, together with Carla. Of course, Natalie. Please come forward, please come forward. So please, if you can, on your, well, you can set up your